Okay, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee to order, and we will immediately recess until 11. Thank you.
housing chairs actually give a chance to say something. She never does. So we're gonna have to say it on the first bill.
No, she will give us remarks, Julie.
You think so?
Yeah, always. Well,
You want to
so
go
far.
before me or after me?
Um,
You might want to go before me.
fine.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I'm gonna.
unless you're gonna say what I'm saying. Want to resume it tonight?
Let's-
You sure?
I mean, I might.
I
be
have
willing to do
17
it for you.
amendments, 17 amendments on the first bill of it.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene this meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And we will start with item number 2, remarks by the chairs. Are you all willing to waive your remarks? I am.
Yeah.
Do you want to make remarks?
Make them on the bills.
Okay. We'll get right into item number 3, which is proposed bills to be drafted as committee bills. And item number 1 is proposed House Bill number 6408, an act expanding compensation to dependents for a death resulting from an accident. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. We heard testimony on this. This would allow compensation in the case of a result of an accident for DOT workers. We heard the bill and the testimony. If there's no, are there any questions? If not, we can take a voice vote on this matter.
Nothing here.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes. Item number 2, proposed bill, House Bill 6413, an act requiring uninsured and underinsured coverage for Department of Transportation employees. Is there a motion?
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Again, this would require the state to provide insurance coverage for those to cover employees who might get in an accident or be hit by a driver who is uninsured. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, then we will ask for a voice vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next item on the agenda, proposed House Bill, it passes. Next item on the agenda, proposed House Bill number 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. Is there a motion?
Seconded.
So on this bill, we heard testimony that where some folks spoke in favor of eliminating the subminimum wage and others spoke in opposition. It was one of those bills where people who are stakeholders have different ideas about how to address this. And we have been discussing the potential of having a working group on this so we can bring people together. We've never done that around this particular issue, and I think there are a lot of people that could benefit from having the conversation. So it would be, this is a proposal to vote to draft, and I just wanted to give folks heads up that we were thinking of it a little differently, that it would be as a working group. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This item, when it showed up on the agenda, it immediately struck a chord with me because I've, over the years, had cause to interact with folks that actually work in some of the programs that have been created around the state that are designed to offer opportunities for folks with disabilities. And these are, jobs offered by, companies that are certainly trying to not only have employees to do work, but also in an effort to try and provide opportunity and a sense of purpose for folks that have disabilities. Unfortunately, I don't think it is economically feasible for them to be required to pay what is today a pretty substantial minimum wage in order to continue these programs. And I fear that if that was required, some of those programs might go away. And for that reason, I'm going to be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will save the debate and questions for if this gets brought up for JF. But for today, I just wanted to express some of my concerns and thoughts on this bill and this piece of legislation. Currently, for the people out there who don't know about this issue, if an individual is part of what is called group supported employment, where they, they might have a pretty significant cognitive disability with a group of their peers and some counselors that assist them, they will go and they can work for an employer. And they can apply for what is called a 14C waiver, which allows them to earn under the minimum wage if that is what their productivity is measured at, because every 6 months, these individuals are re-evaluated for their efficiency. And this is the only environment where the 14C waiver can be used in. It's this group-supported employment, which is around roughly 550 people in the state of Connecticut, down from about 2,600 people years ago, but there are still a significant amount of people on the waiting list for this. An individual isn't automatically enrolled in this program simply for having a disability. Like I said, they are evaluated for their efficiency, and then they are reevaluated every few months to ensure that their compensation is commensurate with their productivity. And this is done through a time study. And in nearly all of these cases, an individual benefiting from a 14C waiver has some profound cognitive disability and would not be hireable at the minimum wage anywhere else. So this program is really providing an opportunity for an individual who really doesn't have any other opportunities. And we heard from many of the advocates that for many of these individuals engaging in this program, it's not about the wage. It's not about how much money they're making. It's the dignity of being able to go to work every day, to have a job, to be able to do something meaningful, to gain skills and to socialize with others, rather than, from what we heard from some of the advocates, simply sitting at home every day. And at these employment opportunities, they receive career counseling, information that they wouldn't have otherwise received if this program didn't exist. But yes, they get dignity, they get an opportunity to work through this program, and the last thing we should do is think about cutting this. And we heard about, there was testimony on both sides. But correct me if I'm wrong, virtually all of the testimony from either parents of individuals who are engaged in the 14Z waiver program or individuals themselves was against this. Because this provides no additional opportunities. It provides no alternatives. It would simply take away these opportunities from these individuals. These businesses, it is just simply not profitable, and many of them are simply doing it out of the kindness of their heart. And you take away this one opportunity that they have to achieve meaningful employment, and that would be a clear shame. Like I said, this bill provides no alternative. It would take away opportunities. I can't support it for any reason, even if it's going to become a working group. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for all the reasons that my colleagues just stated, I know you and I have spoken about this. A working group, I think, well, first of all, I spoke with the proponent of the bill yesterday, and I believe his heart is in the right place. The intention there, I absolutely believe the intention is a noble one. I was struck by listening to many of the parents. I've spoken with talking about how their children might otherwise be stuck in a day setting, stuck in the group home, doing different activities, and this regardless of the wage, these were activities that they really enjoyed. I've also spoken with a couple of business owners who employ people that fit into this category, and quite frankly, for them, it's also quite a bit of work. So I think they benefit from seeing these people grow and learn, but it's more work for them to make sure that because the skills set is different, they have to monitor more closely, modify perhaps some of the work that's being done, there's already in some cases a burden on the employer who is doing it also for a noble reason. So I will be in support of a working group, but I want to make sure that what comes out of that, that we don't take away the opportunities that we're trying. I think the intent is to make sure that these people are treated equally. And we heard from the testimony that the work output and the ability and the skill set is not equal in some cases, and they never will be. And so I think we need to be cognizant of that. And at above all else, we don't want to take away these opportunities for people who are feeling useful, feeling engaged, making new relationships and friendships as part of a opportunity to work regardless of the wage. So thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I echo what the ranking member was saying about the proposal. And I don't want to be limited by the lack of imagination and creativity from someone who has worked for decades within the supported living services for adults with developmental disabilities. We're not looking ever to go back to the days of people sitting at home on their couches or in day programs where they're just given busy work, but not meaningful work. That was the old sheltered workshop model. Really, this working group is about being creative, about supporting those employers with the meaningful work and figuring out how to dignify that with a meaningful wage that doesn't threaten their benefits cliff too. And we have another working group about the benefits cliff so that we can really do this work in tandem to help folks who are doing meaningful work to get paid meaningful wage. That's the intention of the group. We do not want to propose something that is going to cut opportunities. In fact, I think a working group could look at how to support those employers and coaches better. So I'm looking forward to that working group and the stakeholders and all those parents that we heard from also, and the members themselves participating. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a few comments. I have been in this legislature for 6 years, and I have heard many times that this issue has been discussed in not just this committee, but in appropriations as well. And I've heard from a lot of people testifying it. And one of the things that seems to me we haven't done effectively is we haven't really tried. We haven't tried to do anything. We have said, okay, there's a disagreement amongst people who we all care about on both sides of the issue. And we have just said, okay, so we're not going to do anything. And I think the working group is a really sincere effort to try and bring the people who are really directly involved together and see if they can find solutions. And they might not be able to, but we really need to give them that opportunity. That's why we're proposing that we move in that direction. I know we're going to have further discussion when we have a vote to draft, and there'll be an opportunity to see the language and then raise any questions or concerns people have about it. But, I believe this is a sincere effort to try and make sure that we're acting responsibly as a legislature and giving people the opportunity to look for solutions that will make their lives better. So with that, we will take a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 3, proposed House Bill 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities. This is a motion to draft. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. Next item on the agenda is item number 4, proposed House Bill number 5605, an act concerning minor revisions to the Workers' Compensation Act. Is there a motion?
Second.
This is a vote to draft, and it's my understanding that there was a working group that was convened a number of years ago. There's one sentence in the workers' comp statutes that is problematic, and it would be considered a minor revision. So we want to vote to draft this so we can see very specifically the impact. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, then we'll take a voice vote on this issue, on this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposed, the item passes. Item number 5, proposed House Bill number 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. Is there a motion?
Second.
This, again, there was an extensive data collected by our working group. We have still not yet deciphered how exactly the changes would be made, but I think we could all agree that if there's a way to improve and reduce delay in the workers' compensation claims process, that would be a good thing. So we will have further information when the bill is drafted. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I know you said that I think we can all agree, but unfortunately I have to disagree. I thought the testimony that we heard from folks that are actually involved in this arena who process these types of claims each and every day have come forward and said that this is going to add additional costs, unnecessary costs. And my overall view after hearing all the testimony on it is that this is a bill in search of a problem that doesn't really exist. And for that reason, I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? We will be taking a roll call vote on this item. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 5, proposed House Bill 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims. This is a motion to draft. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson, Senator Sampson,
Sampson's no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Kanina.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. Item number 6 on the agenda is proposed House Bill numbers 5704, an act creating a construction pipeline program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Again, this is a vote to draft. We heard testimony, some testimony in favor of duplicating what is done in the manufacturing sector in terms of a pipeline program. So we're giving an opportunity to see how this bill would be drafted and what it would do. It's still a little bit unclear to us, but we expect to hear from our colleagues in the House on this matter since it was a House bill. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, then we will take a voice vote on this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The item passes. Item number 7 on the agenda is proposed Senate Bill number 828, an act establishing a working group to examine the workers' compensation program. Is there a motion?
So moved.
A second? It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that came to us through Senator Ciccarella, and I believe we will be working on understanding better what is intended as far as an outcome that they're seeking. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, the item passes. Moving on to item number 4, bills for final action. This is first item on our agenda, which just happens to be item number 8, is Senate Bill number 8. We have several bills that cover the items that are contained within Senate Bill number 8, items number 9, 10, and 11 on the agenda. And so we may want to combine discussion on them, but it's not, we will take separate votes. But it seems likely that all the discussion might come out around Senate Bill 8, since it has the language in all the other bills, with some differences in the governor's bill to be noted. But certainly could, we will take separate votes, obviously, but it might make things move a little quicker if we understood that we can talk about all 4 bills at the same time. So with that, item Senate Bill number 8, an act concerning protections for workers and enhancements to workers' rights. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a bill that would put into place protections for workers who are working in warehouses in Connecticut, certain warehouses in Connecticut. And it also contains the rights of workers who are engaged in a strike for more than 2 weeks, more than 14 days to be specific, would be entitled to unemployment benefits. Any comments or questions? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Regarding your comments about, combining the conversation about the next several bills because of the subject matter, I think that is our intention. I don't know, maybe we might have something on one of the other items, but I think we're going to try and focus our conversation on Senate Bill 8 just because it makes sense to do so. I guess I'll kick it off, and I'm going to focus my comments on the striking workers portion of the bill, because as you mentioned, this is a combination of that legislation as well as the the protections for warehouse workers. So I guess I want to start off by just asking you to maybe tell us a little bit more about the striking workers provisions in the bill. I understand this applies to employers with at least 100 employees, or does it affect other businesses? Or is that only for the warehouse distribution point of the bill?
That would only be for the warehouse distribution portion of the bill. For the striking workers, it would involve any workers engaged in a labor dispute that results in a strike.
So based on that, the size of the company doesn't make any difference.
That is correct.
Okay. We've debated this a number of times in the past, and we even had the distinguished majority leader and Senate president in front of us to debate this topic, and we didn't find a lot of agreement either. I didn't find a lot of agreement with them, and I guess it revolves around our definition of what being unemployed is. The unemployment compensation system exists for people that, according to their own website and the way it's been understood since it's been created, for people that are not working through no fault of their own, people that are capable and able and ready to work, and for people that are actively seeking work. And my objection to this policy all along has been, in part, that the very definition of someone who is on strike is the exact opposite of all three of those requirements. So I guess the first question I would ask through you, Madam Chairman, is if striking workers are voluntarily choosing not to work, how is that the same as being unemployed through no fault of their own?
With this proposed legislation, we would be changing the criteria, and it would be through this legislation that a person would qualify for unemployment if they were on a strike.
But as I just said, unemployment benefits are meant for workers who lose their jobs due to circumstances beyond their control. So how does rewarding people that are actually choosing to strike fit within the original intent of unemployment insurance?
I think through this bill, we will be changing how people are eligible to receive unemployment. And I think that in a labor dispute that goes on before longer than 14 days, we are saying, as the state of Connecticut, that we want to make sure that every employee who's engaged in that strike, every striker, has the ability to exercise their right to strike, that has the ability to exercise their rights under federal law without fear of being starved out. And so we are saying that we're very intentional that this is something that we want our workers in Connecticut to have our back. We want to have their backs, and we want to say that we understand that in certain circumstances where strikes occur, in many circumstances where strikes occur, workers are fighting to protect what they have, to make sure they have health care for their families, to make sure that they have retirement benefits so they can retire with dignity. And that in the state of Connecticut, we're going to ensure that they have the right to exercise their rights under federal law, that they're enabled to do this by having the protection of unemployment during that time after 14 days.
Madam Chairman, so if I hear you correctly, you are very clearly suggesting that you find it acceptable to put weight on the scale for the employees, but not the employers, in the sense that you made it very clear. You said that you're fearful that the employees would be starved out. Well, the same thing can happen to the employer. It's happened before. We've had companies across America go out of business because of the demands of organized labor preventing them from continuing in business. They've either made a choice that it's not worth it any longer, or they've suffered to their competition as a result. Why would you justify putting weight on one side of the scale for you?
Obviously, we have a difference of opinion on this. I don't see it as putting a thumb on or weight on one side of the scale. Certainly, there are laws and interpretations of our laws that benefit employers during strikes. Some of them greatly benefit employers during strikes. I think all we're doing here is saying that if workers engage in a strike for more than 14 days, we're going to ensure that they have access to unemployment benefits.
Respectfully, Madam Chairman, you just said that something was opinion when it's clearly not. It's objectively true that this bill puts weight on the scale in benefit of employees. I think you opened your remarks and have repeatedly said all of the benefits that you are trying to guarantee and protect on behalf of employees. To say that that is a matter of opinion is not accurate. It's objectively what this bill does. It says that we are going to say that the employer will effectively have to fund unemployment insurance so that their employees, if they choose to strike, can be compensated during the duration of that. So if businesses must fund unemployment insurance and a strike can disrupt that same business, isn't this policy forcing companies to pay for their own disruptions? I just want to understand how you think that's fair or economically sustainable.
Well, I don't know that. I'm a little surprised you would ask me to explain how something is fair, since we've had that discussion so often that fair is a subjective term. And in fact, we've taken out of titles because you've raised an objection to that use of that word. I believe that this is in the best interests of Connecticut, that we're saying that it is really important that working families in Connecticut have the protections and the rights that are afforded them under federal law, including the right to strike, and including the right to strike and the ability to exercise that right so frequently depends on ability of a person to put food on the table for their family. And ultimately, I believe this is something that truly benefits our state.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate your comments. There's a difference certainly between us debating the subject of what's fair from a political debate than from what should be included in the title of the bill. And that's the source of my dispute. I respect you and I respect your right to your opinion, and I value the conversation. That's why I want your perspective. And I also think it's important for the people watching to hear what you have to say about it. I think it actually benefits me to have folks hear your perspective, which for me, I think is objectively unfair. I think that people who have no dog in the fight, who are neither employers or employees for businesses that are in this situation, would say it's objectively unfair, that you can't be suggesting that we should give benefits paid for by the person that is going to be harmed by those benefits being provided. So how about, you said that this is you think it's best for Connecticut, but my question was about how is this economically viable? And for me, that's what's best for Connecticut, is to make policy in this committee that actually promotes economic growth and therefore job opportunities, higher pay, more opportunities. That's what I'm here for. So I'm trying to understand, wouldn't this policy encourage more frequent and prolonged strikes, since workers would have a financial cushion paid for by taxpayers and businesses? How do you prevent that from being abused?
I have heard actually the opposite argument made. I personally believe it's somewhat neutral on the issue of whether it would be a longer or shorter strike. I think that it really depends on the circumstances. There are those that think it would prevent long strikes because employers would be more incentivized to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. There are also those who argue that it would be prolonged strikes. I think that our interest here is neither. Our interest here is really about ensuring that if people choose to exercise their federal rights to strike, that we're providing unemployment after 14 days so that they have the ability to meet the basic needs of their families. And I think that's almost a neutral position. I know people I agree with on almost everything might disagree with me on this point. They might think it really does incentivize employers more to come to the table. And I know people who disagree with me might say it will prolong a strike. But to me, the issue isn't whether it averts or shortens a strike or prolongs a strike is really making sure that people have the ability to exercise their rights.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. Again, you've repeated a number of times about making sure people have their right to strike. This bill does nothing to change that. They have a right already. It's established in federal legislation, as you've already described. I'm very much in favor of it. I think the people around the table in both parties also are in favor of it. We're not trying to prevent anyone from collectively bargaining. We're not trying to get people not to strike. What we're saying is, if people can strike and businesses can negotiate their terms on the other side of the equation, then why is it the business of the state of Connecticut to jump in there and interfere? I mean, you've mentioned over and over again that employees need health care. They need to feed their families. I agree. I don't want to see anybody disrupted or lose out. But you're negating the fact that employers have families and need health care and need to feed themselves. I think there's this perception that somehow the employer, whether it's a single individual, but more often than not in these particular cases, the employer is maybe a corporation that might be shareholders involved, things like that. I mean, the fact of the matter is that those folks also have an investment, and they're forced by our current circumstances to come to the table for collective bargaining negotiations. And the employees already, in my view, have a tremendous amount of strength because of their ability to collectively bargain. One employee going to an employer and saying, I demand X, Y, and Z has a much harder time because the employer may be able to find someone who's willing to replace them. Collective bargaining already provides a tremendous advantage for employees because they actually can hold over the success and further, operations of the company itself to operate. I think that is an amazing amount of power, to be able to dictate to an employer that they may or may not continue operating their business. And so you're talking about adding to that already what I consider to be significant advantage in power by saying that not only are we going to encourage collective bargaining and the ability for employees to strike as a result of a failed negotiation, but now you want to pay them out of the proceeds of the employer's profits and also from taxpayers so that they can continue to strike for a longer period. And whether you say on the record that you think this will lead to shorter periods than not, that's not what the bill does. The bill allows people to strike beyond the normal time frame because they're going to be compensated. I think it's almost a specious argument to suggest that somehow the bill would result in shorter strikes. The only way that happens is if the employer is threatened so significantly by the fact that their employees will be able to be paid and compensated for striking that they feel not incentivized, which was the word you used, but bullied or extorted into having to settle prematurely because it's no longer a fair negotiation. It's kind of like, watching a boxing match where it's 2 against 1 now, because now it's not just the employer versus the employees in the negotiation. It is now the state intervening and providing additional benefits so that the one boxer in the fight gets extra protections or has a different set of rules to play by. I'm very much in favor of freedom and fairness, and I believe that our state legislature has a compelling interest not to be involved in cases where we are taking sides. And I understand there's folks that are interested in this bill because they think that they want to advance the cause of employees versus employers. And I just I struggle with this all the time in this committee, and I bring it up almost every year. And that is that I don't know why these relationships are ever antagonistic relationships. Every experience I've ever had as an employer or as an employee was in concert with the other party, where we recognized that we had to work together for our mutual success. And employers that I've worked for largely have benefited me when I did my best to work for the company and help improve, our bottom line. Most employers I know want the best employees they can get. The fact of the matter is it's harder and harder these days to find quality employees. I just don't see this as fair. So if the goal is to help workers negotiate better wages and benefits, isn't there a concern here that employers now have a stronger, as you used the word incentive? I don't think they have an incentive to necessarily settle a strike sooner. I think they have an incentive to automate or to relocate to another jurisdiction where they don't have this law. I mean, if I own a company in Connecticut and this passes into law, and I know that my company is going to automatically become less profitable because now you have created a situation where the employees can force the employer into greater benefits and pay. Now, isn't it likely that those employers are going to seek greener pastures? They're going to go to another state or another country where this doesn't happen. We've witnessed this over time. We have this conversation here all the time about how the state's losing businesses, how the country has been losing manufacturing to overseas, for years because they don't have the same requirements. Well, you're creating that exact incentive for businesses to leave. So how do you respond to that risk that you're creating an incentive for businesses to relocate to avoid this policy if it's passed just in Connecticut? Through you.
So I think you're aware that this law exists in both New York and New Jersey. And actually in New York, there has been payment of unemployment for striking workers for many, many decades. When I started working there in 1977, there was unemployment for striking workers in New York, even back then. Has been improved over the years, so you had to be out longer in the past, but now it's the 14 days that we're proposing here. And in all of that time, I've never heard an employer make the claim that they were moving out of New York because they had unemployment benefits for striking workers. So, I know that in both New York and New Jersey, we have not heard that as one of the arguments that has come up that employers are leaving those states. And I believe if they were, and if they were saying that publicly, we certainly would have had testimony to that.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. But clearly, New Jersey and New York are not the entire realm of opportunity for employers to relocate. And whether there was actual testimony or not, I don't think diminishes my point or its objective truth that when you create any sort of economic incentive, people follow the money. That's what happens. Arguing that, just because it wasn't brought up, it's not true. It's clearly true. Just like employees are going to go to companies that offer greater wages and benefits, employers are going to look for places where they can make more profit. It's just a matter of fact in life. And to suggest otherwise, it's just, arguing against reality. And I shouldn't be surprised because we do a lot of that in this committee. We argue directly against what is economic reality that slaps the state of Connecticut in the face over and over again. The fact of the matter is that, people in Connecticut are struggling. They're having a tough time paying their bills. Affordability is a huge issue. Electric rates. And I'm not seeing any action by the majority to address those problems. And what I do see is a bill that is going to ask people who are not in a union and taxpayers who have no stake in a strike on either side. They're not, working, as owners in a company, and they're not employees in the company, but now they're going to be required under this legislation to help fund unemployment compensation insurance. So please explain to me, Madam Chairman, how we justify that people that are not directly involved, who are already struggling to pay their bills based on the lack of action from the majority, why should they have to put money into this? Through you.
Well, first of all, in the states that have unemployment benefits for striking workers, we have not seen where it has had any major impact on the solvency of the unemployment trust funds. And so I'm not certain how taxpayers might be involved. We do know that, in fact, it would hit the employer whose workers are on strike in terms of their rating. So I do understand that piece at all. But I mean, you might want to explain a little more about how you see taxpayers being, who have nothing to do with the situation, being impacted.
Well, taxpayers fund everything. I mean, the fact of the matter is, if a company is forced with higher unemployment insurance premiums, that gets passed on in the cost of their products. And therefore, people across our state are going to end up paying more for those goods and services. And of course, they're going to be taxed more at the same time. And unemployment compensation insurance in Connecticut is one of the highest. I don't know. I should have brought those statistics with me. I think we have record-breaking premiums that are out of control, and they're punishing employers currently. This is only going to make that situation worse. And there's many businesses that are currently struggling. They're struggling to find good and quality employees, but they're also struggling under the cost of inflation. They're struggling under labor costs, which I think are largely exacerbated by, the minimum wage laws that we have in the state of Connecticut. I'm talking about, restaurants, for example, or coffee shops, people that work in assisted living facilities, things like that. I mean, those folks, are now being compensated at rates that are unprecedented in those industries, and basically making it difficult for those businesses to survive. So where does this end? I guess is my next question. So if we're going to start offering unemployment insurance to people who are voluntarily not working because they're going on strike, that's a choice. Hey, let me ask you that question. Would you, like Senator Looney, would you argue with me that it's a choice to go on strike?
Well, I want to go back to something you said about the impact of the minimum wage on restaurants and coffee shops, because I've been having this conversation a lot lately with folks from that industry. And, of all the industries in the state of Connecticut, the industry that has been least impacted by the increase in the minimum wage is the restaurant industry. 40% of their workers have not had a raise in the minimum salary that we require as a state since, I'm not exactly sure whether it was before I got here. So it was either 2017, 2016. It used to be tied to the minimum wage. It used to go up with the minimum wage. Every time the minimum wage went up, the tipped wage credit was impacted. But we changed that in 2019. So 40% of the labor costs have not moved for restaurants in all these years. So I'm always a little surprised when that's used as an example of how the impact of the minimum wage by people who are opposed to increasing the minimum wage, how it's used as an example. To me, also raising the minimum wage here is a really great example of how we in the legislature have made a huge impact on Connecticut's working families. We know that personal income tax in our state is up. We know that the employee cost index is up because people are getting raises. And so for me, the argument about how this impacts taxpayers, and I appreciate that you clarified, you're really talking about consumers when you say that a consumer would have a price increase and then they would pay more taxes because they pay sales tax. I mean, I assume that's the argument you're making. It's a pretty remarkable, it's a pretty remarkable argument to me because, first of all, we've had so few strikes in the state of Connecticut that have lasted longer than 14 days. Really, it's been a handful. And in many cases, it isn't affecting very many workers. Those workers are deeply impacted, and it would make a huge difference if they could to them if they had unemployment benefits after 14 days. But I don't see where it's really going to make that kind of impact you're discussing on taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. I don't think there's evidence that that will be the case. I think there are other arguments you can make that, are legitimate arguments, but I just don't think this is going to negatively impact taxpayers in the state of Connecticut. I'm sorry, I forgot your original question. I got distracted by all the things you'd been saying. Sometimes I do get to respond to the other things you say. Your final question was, where is this leading to? I think where it's leading to, that's a fairly easy question to answer, because to me, this is leading to a state that really, us to be a state that really understands that workers, when they go out on strike, I haven't heard of any strikes recently. I haven't really in my time seen anyone in a strike that was going out on strike over something frivolous. It was always something extremely meaningful. I think the biggest strike we've had in recent years in Connecticut was the Stop and Shop strike. And these workers were striking over the ability to keep their family health care. That has a huge impact on our state. If they had lost family health care, how many more families would be struggling to make ends meet? Because there are a lot of people employed in Stop and Shop throughout the state of Connecticut. How many more people would not have had family health care, would not have been able to pay their rent, pay their bills because they lost their family health care? So, that's probably the biggest strike we've had in Connecticut. And we were very fortunate. It did not go on beyond the 14 days. I believe it was only 11 days. And I think that people in Connecticut stood with those Stop and Shop workers in a way that really was impressive, because there were virtually no customers in Stop and Shop during that strike. And it was right during Easter and Passover when a lot of people would have been shopping there. I don't think that, I think people understood the need to stand with those workers to protect their health care. And I think that in most cases, when workers go out on strike, it's not an easy decision they make, and it's one that they make usually because it's critical to taking steps to protecting their families. So I think this particular bill and this movement will put Connecticut in a place where we really demonstrate that we want workers to be able to exercise their rights under federal law, with the understanding that should it go on for more than 14 days, that unemployment will help them meet their, most basic needs. I'm finished. Yes.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam.
And we are
Chair.
very polite in this committee. I appreciate
Oh,
that.
yes. I'm just trying to wait to be recognized
Yeah.
before I start speaking.
Appreciate
I would not want to cut you off. So I appreciate your comments. I've tried, during this debate to stick to the bill that is before us. My comments regarding the minimum wage were directly related to the impact on the policies passed out of this committee and this legislature, and their impact on employees and employers in the state of Connecticut. I'll just reiterate my response that you asked about previous to this question. It's not just about the taxes that folks have to pay. It's also about the cost of goods and services. That's why I was suggesting, I referred to people across Connecticut as taxpayers, but they're also consumers, and they are going to end up paying for this as consumers as well as taxpayers. That's the larger response to that question. It's not merely that they're paying more tax; it's that they have to pay more for goods and services. And since you brought up the minimum wage, I just want to clarify a couple things. First and foremost, restaurants are required to pay the entire minimum wage. Don't forget that. I think that was lost in your response to kind of suggest that somehow because the tip wage exists, they're being compensated at less than the minimum wage. But that's not the law in Connecticut. They get the full minimum wage. So as the minimum wage has gone up, restaurants have been impacted as well. And as far as the minimum wage being such a benefit to the people of Connecticut, I'm just shocked by the I don't know what other word to use. I don't want to be rude, but I would just call it hubris to suggest that somehow the people that supported the minimum wage increase in the state of Connecticut and this committee in particular to take credit for those raises. You know, this committee didn't give anybody any raises. The law didn't give anyone a raise. Those employers did. And they may have been compelled by statute to pay a higher minimum wage, but that didn't give anyone a raise. What gave people a raise is that employers were forced by the state to adapt to a new set of rules. So they did. What a minimum wage does is it eliminates jobs below that. That's what it actually effectively does. So if you have a minimum wage, I don't know where it is now, 16 something. But if you have a job that pays $12 an hour, that law erased that job. Doesn't exist anymore. That opportunity for the employer and employee in that case is eliminated, completely wiped from the face of the earth. Now, some people that were making less did end up with a higher paying job in accordance with the new minimum wage requirement, but it's not the same job anymore. The employer had to adapt. Employers went from having 10 employees to 8 employees. They paid a little bit more, but so did their responsibilities change. So the legislature, and no individual legislator should be taking credit for giving anyone a raise. They simply created an impediment to production by suggesting that certain jobs can no longer exist, even if there are willing participants. You know, my role in this committee, I see as the defender of the freedom of the people of Connecticut, whether they're employers or employees, to engage in free commerce and make their own choices about the business decisions that they make and what things they engage in, what jobs they take, what people they hire. And we're forever, as a legislature, as a government, interfering with that. And I'll just point out, by the way, that every little last bit of interference from this bill requiring the employers to actually fund the people that are going on strike from their company, which is completely absurd and madness in my view, to increasing the minimum wage or putting all kinds of other requirements in the way of employers and employees, interfering with what can appear in a contract, an NDA, et cetera, or non-compete agreement. All those things interfere with freedom. And freedom is the mechanism, the driver of our economy, the ability for people to engage in commerce because they choose to. That's what makes our country work. That's what gives us the quality of life that we have. And interfering with that just eliminates jobs, eliminates opportunities, forces people to look elsewhere. All of those things are damaging to our economy, and they're ultimately damaging to the people that you suggest you're helping. Because if there are more employers and more commerce and more opportunities, that raises the quality of life, that raises wages, it raises everything. These policies that harm freedom and opportunity ultimately mean we produce less, and there are less quality goods in this world and quality jobs. My question, before we got off on our aside about debating the advantages and disadvantages of a significant minimum wage, was if we start giving unemployment benefits to people who voluntarily leave their jobs, as this bill suggests, what stops us from extending it to anyone who quits their job? Why is it just people who are in a union that are collectively bargaining? How come they are the ones that can quit their job and still get unemployment? What about other people who just quit because they're unhappy? Are you going to extend it to them as well?
I will answer that question, but I do want to first comment on a couple of things that you said. I do agree with you. We actually agree on something, Senator Sampson. I agree with you that no individual legislator gave an increase to those who are making the minimum wage in 2019. And since then, we did it as a legislature when we voted to compel employers to raise the minimum wage. And we didn't do it by ourselves. We had tremendous support from the people who, in fact, were earning minimum wage and had been stuck there for so many years. And I have to say, when I talk to folks, that is one thing, that and the paid family medical leave, those two things come up so frequently from constituents who have benefited from the things we've done as a legislature. So I'm not taking credit for giving people a raise, and I don't think any individual here should take that credit, because it was really came from the grassroots of the workers themselves, and it came from us doing something very responsible, I think, as a legislature. One other thing I want to comment on is the idea that, yes, under law, employers in the restaurant business where there's a tipped worker have to make up the difference if they don't earn the minimum wage. But I still think it's really hard for people to argue that it's costing restaurants when restaurants have come here and testified that workers are earning so much above the minimum wage that the tip credit through their tips that we don't even have to discuss the tip credit. So my point was that restaurants haven't seen an increase out of their pockets, out of the employer's pocket, for many, many years, for 40% of their workforce, if in fact what they're saying is true, that their workers are making so much more than the minimum wage. So I certainly, I stand by the comment that I made earlier, and we might disagree on that, but I felt it was worth mentioning. As to the question of what stops us from coming back and saying that any worker who quits their job is entitled to unemployment, if that was the will of the legislature, I assume we could do that. But to argue this is a slippery slope that we're going to start paying unemployment to every worker who quits their job, I think is, I'm not sure that's a real serious argument. Thank you. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Just with regard to this thing you want to keep going back to about the restaurants, and the fact of the matter is that we live in an interconnected economy, and restaurants are faced with rising costs because of lots of factors. Energy rates that the majority continues to ignore is one of those things, but labor rates, generally speaking, and everybody involved in a restaurant and their entire production line, the food that they have to purchase that is actually being farmed and delivered, the truck driver that brings it, the guy that picks the lettuce, the guy that packages the meat, all of them along the way are being compensated more based on the rising costs that you're creating in the labor industry through inflation and artificial government interference. All of those things drive up costs. That's the answer to that question, is that we live in an interconnected economy. It's not just simply one tiny box to look at. We have to look at how the economies work in scale, which is why I asked all these other questions about, you can suggest, oh, well, in New York, there's no evidence that the companies are relocating. Oh, there is. Just because we're not have the evidence to discuss right here, it's obvious. Companies have been fleeing to other countries. Why is everything made in China? I mean, that's the answer to the question. It's because the labor costs are less, among other things. And when you continue to put more impediments on goods and services being produced in the United States or in Connecticut in particular, I think it's a lot easier for somebody to move to a neighboring state than it is for them to move to China for their manufacturing facility. So you're putting an even greater pressure and more risk on Connecticut employers, and therefore you're potentially harming their employees, because when those companies leave, those folks are going to have to leave also to follow those jobs, or they're going to be seeking other jobs that'll be harder to get. And when there's more workers out there than there are jobs, you know what that does? That drives down the labor rate. So for people well above the minimum wage, I don't see how any of this helps. And I think if people actually take a step back and stop looking at just the immediate circumstances and recognize how this intersects with the rest of our global economy, where there's competition going on state to state, town to town, business to business, and across the world, then they're going to recognize that these things are dangerous. You can't just keep making policy after policy because it feels good, or because your base is union labor. You can't do that. It's not good policy. Good policy is the job of this legislature. And I'm convinced, Madam Chairman, that this policy is going to make Connecticut a worse place to do business, something we already have the title of, being the worst place to do business in the whole country. It's going to drive companies to relocate to states or countries with fewer labor disruptions. This is going to incentivize unions to weaponize strikes against employers. You said it yourself. You said that this is going to prevent, there's going to be less strikes because employers are going to be incentivized to settle. Well, maybe that's true, But is that a good thing? Is that, that we should be empowering one side of the equation? Imagine if somebody came along and said, we're going to empower the employer to say, how about a law that says if someone goes on strike, then when they come back after the strike, their pay is reduced 5%. Would that be crazy? That would be crazy, right? And everyone knows that would be crazy, but that's what's going on here. You're effectively doing the same thing in reverse. You're telling the employer, well, you're going to have to pay more when the employees go on strike. You're asking the very people that are providing the jobs to fund people who are going to voluntarily leave work and help them have a stronger position to negotiate. If strikes are necessary to improve wages and benefits, but you add government money to reduce the pain of striking, doesn't that undermine the very purpose of the strike? It doesn't make an economic sense. You're emboldening unions to actually strike more often or to threaten strikes more often to put employers over a barrel in more cases. And anyone else listening, by the way, besides employers and employees, should recognize all of this means that everything you buy is going to cost more. That's the untold bottom line truth about all of this policy. Again, this bill is just this piece, but also it includes the warehouse worker policy that I can't get into. Unfortunately, the way this place works, I am in 3 places at once, and I'm supposed to be debating 35 bills in the Housing Committee right now, and there's a very controversial bill actually being debated over there. And I am very frustrated that I am forced in a position to have to choose which bills to debate at any given time in each committee. So I'm going to wrap up my remarks on Senate Bill 8 and just state that this is just the beginning of my questions. And if this bill makes it to the floor of the Senate, I can promise you a very lengthy debate, because we should get into this policy in a very significant way. This is not a small change to our existing laws. This is something that is going to have lasting effects. This is something that is going to have a lasting impression on Connecticut as far as not just our immediate economic circumstances, but the way we're viewed by employers across this country, especially large employers that are having to make decisions about where to locate their facilities. If I'm a company and I'm looking at where do we have opportunities to place our next facility, I really got to tell you, this is the kind of thing that's going to say, well, Connecticut's off the list. And any suggestion that that's not true is absurd in my mind. That is absolutely happening. And if we grab some of those major employers that are national or even international and ask them, they're going to tell you exactly that. They're going to say, no, we don't even think about Connecticut. So how many lost opportunities have already existed for our state because these major employers that could have offered tremendous job opportunities and high-paying jobs to people are gone? They're happening in some other place because the Connecticut legislature and the majority has said, no, we're going to play so many games that those people are not going to come here. This is a bad policy, Madam Chairman. I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my colleague litigated that first issue pretty well, but I just want to have a couple comments on that, and then we'll get into the warehouse workers part of this. So first of all, is it the chair's understanding that this situation between employers and employees is an unequal playing field that needs to be leveled?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question in that.
Yes, is the situation in a negotiation between employers and employees for their benefits, for their pay, is that an unequal playing field that this legislation is attempting to equalize?
So I'm not sure that this is attempting to equalize the playing field. I do believe that there are many laws and ways that case law has been developed in the United States that benefits employers heavily, like the right to fire workers when they go out on strike under circumstances of an economic strike. So there are many circumstances where government has determined that we're going to be on the side of employers. I think this bill, as I said, the proposed legislation would provide access to unemployment benefits for workers when they're on strike for more than 14 days, which I believe will give them a greater opportunity to exercise their federal rights. And so, there's no question that this is about making sure that people are not starved out, that they can have unemployment, which will meet their basic needs while they're on strike.
Well, I would argue that, both of those individuals, the employers and the employees, have skin in the game. And I think it's really borne out by the statistics on this, where in the last 5 years, there have been, according to one study, 24 strikes, only 5 of which have resulted in being longer than 14 days. And all of the ones that didn't go 14 days or longer were resolved in less than 7. And I think that shows that there's really an incentive already on the behalf of the employer to get these things settled immediately. I mean, we have some big names here. A strike for Starbucks workers solved in 2 days. Hyatt, 3 days. Orsted, 3 days. Omni, 4 days. That these employers really have a bottom line to worry about. And it's not all of these cases is it these, fat cats sitting on their piles of cash. There are many franchisees who are small business owners who would be impacted by this legislation. And I think it is very clear that this really would allow employees rather, to extend their strikes. It's borne out by the testimony. Many individuals who testified on this bill testified to that effect. And it's borne by the data, where of the 5 strikes in the last 5 years that lasted longer than 14 days, all of them were done by these unions that are these big international unions, the Teamsters, SEIU, United Steelworkers, who have much higher strike funds, who are able to subsidize their employees more. And each one of those, the more resources that they were able to provide to their striking workers, the longer the unions were able to hold out. So this really is putting the thumb on the scale. And if you believe it's an even playing field, it really is tipping the scale in this instance. And again, it goes back to the question that we discussed in the public hearing. Is this a choice? Is it a choice to go out on strike? No one is claiming that it is an easy decision to decide to go without your wage for an extended period of time. And when someone says that you have a choice, no one takes that decision lightly. Because if you are deciding to strike, you are losing your livelihood. Your life is thrown into chaos. But at the same time, you have other choices. You have choices to come back to the negotiating table. If they refuse to go to the negotiating table with you, you have the choice to seek alternative employment. And that idea gets dismissed a lot as, heartless or as unwise, but it really is true. You do have a decision in many of these different cases. But like I said, my Senate colleague litigated this issue pretty heavily. And so I kind of want to bridge my comments onto the warehouse issue. And I just want to start with a question: that what was the impetus for this legislation? Was there something that we recognized that made us bring this warehouse protection, this issue with the quotas?
I believe the impetus came from workers bringing to our attention the way in which quotas were being used in these warehouses and how detrimental it was to their health, particularly their health.
And have we identified a causal link between these quotas and some of the injuries that have been reported in the public hearing and by people in support of this?
I believe the injury rates in some of these warehouses really demonstrates that it's out of whack with the rest, that it's, there's a much greater rate than in other similar places.
Right. I mean, we typically hear this referenced as the Amazon bill. We hear statistics about how their injury rate is far greater than the rest of the warehousing industry. And I was just wondering, if you compare Amazon to a different company, have we compared Amazon to some of these other companies that have lower injury rates and compared their quotas to each other? Because my concern is that there might be companies that have as stringent or even stricter quotas as Amazon that have far lower injury rates. So I'm just wondering if that has been looked into at all to determine whether or not there's a causal link here.
I agree with you that there are warehouses that have similar or even more aggressive quota approaches to the work in warehouses. I have not heard any comparison on the injury rates.
And that's concerning to me because if we're doing this legislation out of concern of injury, and we don't really have a clear view as to whether there's a causal link here, I fear that this legislation might be a little bit misguided. My next question is, what are the OSHA standards that, the federal standards that might protect a worker in a warehouse from either being deprived breaks or being deprived the ability to seek medical care or the ability to stop working if they're in pain? Are there federal laws that govern this sphere already?
I don't have those at hand. I'm certainly, you can get them from OLR.
Okay, yes, I will ask for that. Because I've been told that there are. Individuals are already required by law to provide reasonable breaks for their employees. That is very clear. And at the end of the day, if an individual believes that that work is too strenuous, again, they have the choice to seek employment in an additional field. I spent the last couple of days researching this issue and actually going onto a lot of online message boards to see what Amazon workers are saying about these issues. And some of them noticed the fact that Amazon does not have a hiring process like many other warehouse workers, where typically you don't have an interview. You show up on day one and you could be physically fit as Arnold Schwarzenegger, or you could be a little bit out of shape like me. And you show up to that work and some of the people are very surprised by how strenuous warehousing is, about how heavy the things are to lift, about how much activity that there is to be. And one thing that these Amazon workers posit is that because Amazon has such attractive benefits compared to other warehousing workers, it attracts a wider breadth of people that might not be physically fit enough to be successful and healthy in this environment. And so that's why when I asked this question about a causal link between quotas and between injuries, if that's what we're trying to tackle here, I think there could be a broad breadth of factors, and we're just tackling this one thing that has a very significant impact on the productivity of that company. That's a serious business decision. And that's a serious decision, not only for the companies that are involved in this state, but for the companies that end up wanting to come to this state. If you're telling me as an employer that the state of Connecticut is all of a sudden now going to hinder my productivity so much so that it becomes unprofitable for me to go there, I'm going to have second looks. And this is at a time where we are really trying to incentivize businesses to come here. The governor has made it very clear year after year that Connecticut is doing its best, is trying to do its best to attract people to come to this state. But when you have instances, as was discussed before, of minimum wage increasing year after year, mandatory paid sick days, requiring employers to fund the strikes of the workers that are and using that strike against them, and now impacting the productivity of their workers, who would want to bring a business to this state? It is really bizarre to me that this connection doesn't seem to be made all that often. And I guess going to the point of that hindering the company's productivity, does the chair believe that this will have a negative impact on a company's ability to require productivity standards for their workers?
I think this bill protects workers in the warehouse industry by ensuring that they are made aware of what the quotas are, and that if those quotas are changing, they have to be advised of the change.
And I guess I would just say to that an individual who enters into that employment has rational faculties, has the capability to review those standards, to review either those quotas or those lack of communicated quotas to them, and has the opportunity to say, that's a job I want to take, or that's a job that I don't want to take. We're actually going to be touring Amazon tomorrow to kind of get a real deep dive into some of these issues and to talk to individuals and see what's going on. And I'm excited for that. And many of these individuals, I'm told, receive handsome pay compared to the rest of their field, receive medical benefits, in some cases receive tuition assistance. These are things that they might be willing to take and also end up having to do a more strenuous job to earn those benefits. But, you know, many of these warehouses, they use these quotas, and many use the types of quotas that Amazon uses. That doesn't mean these quotas are the culprit for all of these injuries. What I believe we're doing here is just going after one thing that we can point to, ignoring whether or not there's a scientific causal link here, and just saying that we're doing something. And it really hinders the ability of employers to control the productivity standards the way they see fit. You know, Connecticut already requires employers to provide a safe workplace, develop and update injury standards. There's an they have to develop an injury and illness prevention program. They have to inspect their workplace to correct any unsafe or hazardous conditions, and much more. And that's really true for warehouse employers as much as any other employer in the state of Connecticut. So I guess I'll just close with this bill is very bad for business. I don't believe that it has been thoughtfully crafted with the due consideration of all causal links involved. And I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just take a few moments at least to go over some of the detail on this bill. Senator Sampson and Rep. Canino kind of touch base a lot on the strike and workers portion. I want to just focus a little time here on the warehouse portion of this bill, just so I have a clear understanding of what it does. I read through it several times. I have quite a few questions. I find a lot of it disturbing what we're doing here today. So I'm really trying to understand what's going on here and what we're trying to accomplish. And I look at section 1. And we talk about the definitions of what an employee is, what an employer is. When they talk about an employee, it mentions that it's anybody who works at a warehouse distribution center. And some of these distribution centers, all the employees don't work in the center, right? It could be a building, the warehouse is there, but above the warehouse, there's staff, right? There's other staff there. They don't directly maybe work in the warehouse packaging and so forth. And then it also mentions in here, it does not include a driver or a person traveling to and from the distribution center. My question on that particular one is that there are some distribution centers and warehouses where maybe the driver has a dual role, right? Maybe he works in the warehouse and he also is a driver. So if his job description is just specific driver, you're hired as a driver, but you also do other roles, maybe working in the warehouse, which one is it? To you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that question. I believe when the Department of Labor would get a complaint, presumably that's when you would look at whether the person was considered a driver or a warehouse worker under this, assuming this legislation is enacted. In that case, I believe the way most investigators look at it is what was the work the person was doing when they raised the complaint. So in other words, if somebody has a dual role, the fact that while they're driving, they may not be covered by this statute. While they were working in the warehouse, they would be.
Okay, thank you for that. So let me just talk a little bit about the dual role. If they're hired as a driver and they do some little work, maybe 80% of their time is driving, but their employer said, look, if you can come in, pick up your merchandise or your supplies that you are delivering, because most of the time that's what would happen, right? They go to the warehouse. Maybe I'll look at a delivery route for bread or maybe beverages. Somebody maybe loads it on the truck for the driver. And the employer says to the driver, look, instead of doing that, if you want to load it up yourself, we'll give you a little bit of extra money for doing something like that. Would they still be considered a driver? Because that is actually 80% of the role. To you, Madam Chair.
I don't think it's a question of whether or not they'd be considered a driver. I think that what the examiner would have to look at is whether in their performance of those warehouse duties, there was some violation of law while they were performing the work as a warehouse worker.
Okay, thank you. Because the reason why I asked you that, because the definition of employee, it does not include drivers, right? So only during an investigation would it obviously come up. So if the driver decided to work in the warehouse, there was no complaints or anything, do they still qualify? Are they still included? Would they still be included?
Anybody who's working in as an employee covered by the statute, at the time they're working as an employee covered by the statute, they would be included. It would be up to the person in general or an agent of the person to file a complaint, for instance, with the Department of Labor if the statute wasn't being enforced.
Okay, thank you. So it's really only qualifies or included if somebody files a complaint. So my point here is that we're not trying to say that you can only be a driver or work in the warehouse. It's only if somebody is really filing a complaint that it's relevant. Is that correct?
That is true for most of our laws, that we pass laws, and then when an employer, in the case of labor laws, violates the law, then someone would make a complaint about that violation. That's pretty much the way it works. I don't think this bill would determine whether an employer could ask an employee in one classification to work in another classification. I don't think that this proposed bill goes to that issue.
Okay, thank you. Also, when they talk about the employer and the type of businesses this law would affect, I'm assuming it's businesses like Amazon, maybe UPS. There's some of the larger corporations out there. I know businesses like Bazzuto's that are in Cheshire. They have quite a lot of employees that work there at the warehouse. And it does specify, says that it's a condition of 100 or more employees at a single warehouse distribution center. So when you talk about 100 or more employees, is that employees working at one time in the distribution center? Or is that the number of employees that the businesses employ?
When
To
we,
you.
thank you for the question. When we put into statute a number of employees, it is determined by the number of people employed, not at one particular time or in one shift, but how many people are employed by the employer.
Okay, thank you. And that would include non-warehouse staff, maybe people working on the computers, people working up in the office. Is that correct to you?
That is correct.
Okay. And also here, on section 1, it talks about third-party employers, temporary services, and staffing agencies. They would be affected by this as well. So they are typically not an employer. Are they? I mean, they are employer for the organization that is hiring them. And a lot of these staffing agencies, I would assume, have more than 100 employees. They would be included in this as well?
If a company is performing services in a warehouse, either because they're providing what might be deemed as temporary employees or as a third-party employer, subcontractor, if they have 100 or more employees, then those employees that are working in the warehouse would have to adhere to this statute.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about not necessarily the staffing agency, it's the company that they are having their temporary staff work at?
No,
Or
if
is
I
it the
was,
staffing
I
agency?
apologize if I was unclear. I'm saying if there's an organization, a company that provides employees, that company that is the employer is responsible for making sure that if their employees that work for the staffing company are subject to quotas, they would be subject to this statute.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I find this bill crazy. Gotta be honest with you. The state of Connecticut, again, interfering with private businesses. It absolutely drives me crazy. I'm looking at, again, I'm still looking at section 1. And I guess on lines 19, it's talking about productivity speed and how many tasks that they were to handle. What about incentives that an employer gives their employee to work harder, right? We strive to work harder. Almost reminds me what, like when I was in school, we tried to work really hard because we wanted to get that A. Sometimes an employer gives their employee an incentive to work harder, to go above and beyond, for maybe they would get extra time off, maybe they would get a better bonus at the end of the year. How would this policy affect an employer giving an employee some sort of incentive?
So this paragraph, section 1, subsections 3A, what we're doing here is we're defining what a quota is. 3 says quota means a work performance standard where. So we are defining what is a quota, and we're defining it very specifically in the next several paragraphs. And I believe that that was so that the rest of the statute could be understood and applied. So in other words, whether if an employer wanted to give an incentive to an employee, you'd have to look to it might not apply at all. What we're doing here is defining a quota. And the way we address this is to be very specific. So there's no question that a quota means work performance standard. And I know you've read it. There are A, B, C, and D that lays it out very specifically.
Okay, thank you for that. And I understand that this is definition, but the whole purpose of this whole bill in this section is about quotas. So maybe I'm a little bit ahead of that section, but the employer is still required to give the person a quota on what their job performance should be, and maybe what numbers, historical numbers that they need to meet as part of this job. So maybe I jumped ahead a little bit, but if we have to give them a quote, if I gave my employee a quote of that, look, you need to perform this amount of duties or packaging, we'll say in a warehouse, in this amount of time. And if they came in maybe a week later, or they want to just give them an incentive, they want to try to push their employees to do a little bit better, and they offered them an incentive, would they be able to, because they've already given them that quota of what their job description should be?
So
They're going out of that quota now because we're offering them an incentive. Would they still be able to do that to you, Madam Chair?
So I think section 2 really, paragraph 1 really very specifically defines what the essence of this statute is going to. And it says that the quota is in direct relationship to, when it says to such employees subject, including any potential adverse employment action that may result from a failure to satisfy such quota. So it would be up to the investigator to determine whether that was an incentive or whether there was an adverse, that the person had not been notified of the quota, hadn't been notified about a change in the quota, and it led to some adverse action toward that employee. So, I mean, I really do believe it will depend on the facts of that particular case, but let's say in what you described as an incentive, I could see a situation where they were given an incentive quota, didn't meet that quota, and in not getting the wage that they had been told they were going to get, there was an adverse election because they hadn't been told what the quota was in the first place. So this is really seeking to make sure that employees know where quotas are being used, that employees know what the quota is, what the expectation is, and if it changes, that they know what change has been made.
Okay, thank you. And I can see that being a problem right here when it comes to warehouse or employers giving their employees an incentive. Because certainly maybe they didn't meet that goal. I got an extra incentive. I didn't meet it and they file a complaint. I can see an employer not offering those incentives anymore going forward due to the fact that it's not worth it because maybe there's too many complaints. And then the employee loses out, right? They maybe lose out on an extra pay. They may lose out on an extra day off and so forth. So I could see situations like that arising, and I can see where an employer would just kind of back away from offering those because an employee can't complain that, look, they gave us this quota. It was an incentive. I had to meet this goal. The employer said I didn't meet this goal, and I think that I did. And boom, the door opens, the floodgates open, and now there's a claim. And the employers are like, you know what, we're not going to do this anymore. It's just not It's just not worth it. It's too much of a hassle. And at the end of the day, the employee actually loses out on some maybe important benefits. Because look, incentives push us to do better. Maybe they would have gotten a raise down the road. Maybe they would have gotten a promotion. And that would certainly be unfortunate if something like that happened. On, let's see. I guess on line 28, it talks about an employee's performance as ranked in relation to the performance of other employees. Can you explain exactly what that means?
What that means is if an employee's quota would be, it would be understood to be a quota if an employer is ranking that employee's performance against other employees. So that would be considered a quota.
Okay. Against another employee in the same exact job description? Or as a company as a whole?
I think what we're talking about is when an employee is, their performance is looked at, ranked compared to an employee that was presumably doing the same work. Although I can't anticipate every situation. Maybe there would be work that an employer might say wasn't exactly the same, but in fact, it was so similar that they could look at the performance of these two employees and say, well, one isn't doing as well as the other.
So thank you for that answer. So when I look at this line here, it makes it almost impossible for an employer to rank someone in relation to another employee because two people are not the same. They're not going to perform the exact same. They may have the same job description, but they're not going to perform the same way. We just actually voted on a bill that talked about subminimum wage. And there's certain people that cannot perform. They may have the same job description, but they cannot perform it in the same way based on whether it's disability, for whatever reason that it is. I don't see how that line 28 and 29 works. How that you can rank someone based on somebody else because we're not the same. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure that that's what this says. I believe what this says is an employer, if they're going to rank somebody, if the employer has made a decision that they're going to compare two employees and they have a system for doing that, and it's based on their performance, then that would then be considered a quota. So an employer might not rank people at all comparatively, then they would not be impacted by this.
Okay. I'm still not, I guess I'm not agreeing with you on that. If you're putting a quota to somebody, because this whole bill is about quotas, right?
But it's about the employer determination that they're ranking somebody. It's not that we're saying they need to rank somebody. We're not saying they have to do this. We're saying if they choose to do this, an employer, then they have to make sure that the workers are aware of it and aware of what the quotas are.
I understand it. Thank you for that. But most employers do, especially I would say in this situation, even in smaller businesses, they do rank their employees based on some performance. That's why employers have performance plans if their employees do not meet those standards or those goals. We'll say that the employers, you're not doing your job correctly, so we're putting you on a performance plan. You're on step 1, you're on step 2, step 3. So that really is the whole purpose. Many employers, I don't know many that don't rate their employees based on some kind of a quota or standard or performance is what I'm trying to get at. And it's very difficult to rank someone in relation to somebody else. It says here, employees' performance is ranked in relation to the performance of other employees. So the employer would be telling their employee, John did it this way, Mary did it this way, but you didn't rank the same as John. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, I was distracted for a moment.
That's okay.
Would you repeat that, please?
Sure. I was just trying to give an example that employers always rank their employees some way, whether it's a performance standard, based on, that's why we have performance plans for employees. Listen, you didn't meet your quota, you didn't meet your goal. You have this much time to do it. I'm going to monitor you. I'm putting on a performance plan. And these are the steps that we need to take, because that's how employers judge their employees on, based on their wages or how good they're doing, if they're going to give them a raise, or if they could certainly continue working there. This is saying the employee's performance is ranked in relation to performance of other employees. My point was that I'm ranking my employee because they're doing it. I'm assuming that they're going to do this. John did it this way, Mary did it that way. But Mary, you didn't do it as good as John, or John, you didn't do as good as Mary. How does that work? When it says here, it's ranked in relation to performance of other employees. To you.
It's saying when an employer is ranking an employee, when the employer takes that action and says, I'm going to rank you against your 3 other employees, you all have to get X amount of work done. They have to tell you what the standard is they're creating, what the quota is.
Okay, so I get that and I understand that. My point was that we just heard a bill on subminimum wage where some employees cannot perform the same as others, but their job description is the same. And they would be put in a bucket in the same criteria with other employees. How does that work?
So the way it works is that if an employer says, I'm going to put you in a bucket with another employee, and you're going to have to work at the same pace, or you could be disciplined, they're allowed to do that. They just have to inform the employee what the quota is, what the expectation is. This doesn't prevent them from doing or setting a quota. They just have to make sure the employee's informed of that quota. That's what this section says.
Okay, and that quota needs to be the same within all the employees within that job description. Is that right?
I don't believe it says that. I think what it says is an employee who, and it could be that, it could mean that if an employer, say in Amazon or some other warehouse, says, I've got 100 people, they're all packing boxes, and I'm going to rank them, I'm going to compare them to their coworkers. This says then all those 100 workers need to know what the standard is.
Okay. And what about coworkers that maybe don't perform up to the task? They're like I'm just getting to the part we had was subminimum wage. We have people there that cannot perform the same as others. And they would be put in a bucket with everyone. How does that affect them? The employer can do that. I guess it's what's saying the employer can actually do that, right?
They can do it. They just have to make sure the employers are aware of it. I think the subminimum wage piece might be a little confusing here, because here we're talking about people who've actually, they had to get the subminimum wage. They have to have gone through a whole process with getting the voucher to pay someone less than the minimum wage for a specific task. And I believe in doing so, there are actually criteria that the employer, that the employee can't compete effectively with a coworker. And under those circumstances, they're given a voucher. We had that in a different discussion. If you're suggesting that somebody with a voucher is employed by Amazon, would they have to be made aware of the quota the same as a worker who didn't have a voucher? And I believe the answer is yes.
Okay. I find that obviously could be certainly a potential problem there. I'm looking at section 2 on the bill. At what point, it's talking about the employer has to give written description of each quota to the employee. At what point in the hiring process is that information to be given to the employee, to you?
I don't think this specifies a particular point. I think an employee must have a written description of the quota at all times. And so presumably one would give it at the outset, but then it provides for an opportunity for the employer to change that quota. But in doing so, they also have to ensure that the employee understands that there's been a change. And that's spelled out in this as well.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm looking actually on lines 47 through 51. it says, should this policy pass, employers currently, they have to give their current employees description of those quotas by August 1st of 2026.
That's
That's
correct.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And then for anybody hired after August 1st, 2026, it has to be given to them upon hire.
Correct.
Okay. Does not have to be quota does not have to be given to them during the interview process. Is that correct?
Does not say that.
Okay, good.
That might be a good idea, though. I'm just kidding.
Don't even think about it.
I'm gonna give you. I might think about that.
I take that back. Abort. So the problem here is that, warehouses, they work really in a fast-paced environment and things are changing constantly. It's supply and demand. So you may hire somebody with a quota of X, Y, and Z. Things happen, supply and demand, they need to work faster to get the product out. And at that point, you cannot change it on the spot. Is that correct to you, Madam Chair?
This says that they must notify the employee of such change as soon as possible, either verbally or in writing, and prior to the effect of the new quota going into effect.
Did I see something in here that have to be within a couple of days?
It says that they have to provide a written description of the new quota, which they've subjected the employee to not later than 2 business days after the change is made.
Okay, thank you. So I'm looking at a situation, supply and demand in a warehouse, things get busy. A product is in high demand for whatever reason. There's a tragedy or some natural disaster that happened that they have to, the next morning, they have to get this stuff out. And they get in and say, you have to double your workload. You have to get this out today. It's a disaster. It's a tragedy. We need to do it. And in that particular case, the employer could be in violation because they did not on the spot, they did not give them proper notice. Because they need some time to prepare. It's supply and demand. Warehouses are fluid. There's constantly things going on. Things change in no time at all. Would that be correct, Madam Chair? They would not have that opportunity to give them that notice.
I think if they're going to use that change and that quota for purposes of disciplining or any adverse action, what this says is they have to provide that notice that there's been a change in your quota.
And there could be times where that could affect the employee because something happened. It got really busy. It's a really fast-paced environment. Things happen. You can't keep up, and things change all the time. So in some effect, it certainly could affect the employee, and that's the employer's prerogative. They clearly have a business to run. They have to get the product moving out. I can see that obviously being a problem. I'm looking at section 3 here on lines 68 and 69, and I'm just trying to understand what this line means. Which I can't even believe it's here. It says interfere with an employee's use of the bathroom facilities, including reasonable travel time to and from bathroom facilities. To you, Madam Chair, what does that mean?
I think we have had testimony in the past that these are huge facilities and that it could potentially take a person some time to actually just walk to the bathroom.
Okay. Reasonable, but has there been any problems that we know of? I mean, I didn't see that part in the testimony. I mean, you have to excuse yourself to go to the bathroom. It's bizarre to me that any employer would actually discipline someone for actually, for travel time going to the bathroom. Do we have significant circumstances or information or data that employers are actually doing this? And I'm not talking 1 case, 2 case, somebody called, made a complaint. I'm talking significant information that we have to put this language in here. To you, Madam Chair.
We have had testimony in the past, not in this session, but we did have testimony in the past that this was a problem.
Thank you. We've had testimony. Do we know how many complaints there were?
I do not know.
Right. thank you for that. And this is kind of stuff that actually drives me crazy. We have 1 or 2 incidents in something, somebody complained about something about their employer. Now, all of a sudden we have to put it into law. I just find that part a little,
But I do want to point out that if it's not happening, but only on occasion or only in some, particular bad actor, this isn't going to affect all the good employers that aren't doing this. It's really only in an instance where somebody does have this. And I think we could all agree that somebody needs to have the opportunity to really use their break and not have the quota work against them.
and I understand that, but we don't have to put it into law. That's why we have a process. If your employer is not treating you properly, you call the Department of Labor, you file a complaint.
But they can't enforce a complaint unless there's something in statute that says they can't do that.
Thank you. Let's see here. I'm looking at line 7. Set a performance standard that measures an employee's total output over an increment of time that is shorter than such employee's workday. Can you give me an example of that, Madam Chair, to you?
I believe that would be saying that, for instance, they set a standard and say, okay, in the morning, you have to do it at this quota. And then, but in the afternoon, we're going to have a different quota. I think that would say that there can't be, just like we say sometimes, in no time period less than. So basically, we're saying a quota must be for no period less than 1 work day for that employee.
Okay. So if your workday is 8 hours, would it be safe to say that they could not set a quota? It has to be under 8 hours? Is that basically what we're talking about here? You're talking about an increments. If they had a quota, they had to meet in the morning, and a quota, they had to meet in the afternoon. But I'm looking at your day's activity, your day's work. It would have to be, and you worked an 8-hour day. It would have to be just less than 8 hours. Is that
It
clear?
couldn't be less than 8 hours.
Okay. So it could be 7 hours.
Yeah, although I do think that I believe what's intended here is that the quota would have to be for the workday, which would take into account the time that they're statutorily allowed for breaks and for lunch.
Right. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you. I need a clarification on that. So on line 73, it talked about setting a performance standard, again, on the ranking, based solely on ranking the performance of an employee in relation to the performance of our employees. And again, it goes back to what I was talking about before, that we need to rank them based on other employees. We're ranking them, comparing each other. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
What this says is that a performance standard can't be solely based on ranking the performance in relation to others.
Correct. So how do we rank them? How would an employer rank their employees?
Well, often they don't compare to other employees. They just say, this is what we expect of you. And it's not based on other employees. It's just the quota they set. Even, earlier, I think you made the point that there might be change because of some urgent need that might come in. That's not based on comparison with other employees, but it is a quota.
Okay. And on lines, section 5, I just wanted to touch base on, I think it starts on line 81. It says that the employer shall establish and maintain obviously their records. And I think it mentions in here, maybe is it for 3 years? What is the process? How is the employer supposed to maintain these records? We're really asking the employers to do a lot. They have a written description. They have to provide it to each employees. I get that. They have to have an individual employee's work speed data. What is exactly the employer supposed to do to monitor this and keep records? To you, Madam Chair.
My understanding is that the employers that are setting these quotas are using technology to do so. And that's been the testimony we've had. And in that technology, there are records that are easily maintained because, as we all know, the computers maintain that information. So we're saying to the employer that you're required to maintain these records for a period of 3 years.
Thank you. And for employers that do not use that technology, what are they to do to you? We're assuming that everybody's using the technology,
If
but
they're not
they
using,
can't.
if they're not using the technology, and they're just somehow, they have to have some, if they're using quotas, then they have to have some system for tracking employees' failure to meet a quota or not. And if it's something other than technology and a computer, if it's a hand, maybe they have somebody who's just assigned to count each box that the person puts out and then mark it on a piece of paper. They'd have to keep that record.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a mandate for the employers. Again, we have a problem in Connecticut that people don't want to come here to do business because there's so many mandates on employers. And I always say, and I agree with my colleagues, the qualifications when you go in to get a job. If it's a job that you don't like, you always have the ability to maybe to move somewhere else. But this employer, they own that business. They have a right to require certain things for their employees. Now, obviously, there are some things that an employer cannot do whether they're within reason, but to set goals and quotas for an employee is not unreasonable. They have a right to do it if they want to. They shouldn't have to be mandated to do so. And that's really where I have a problem with this. And I'm actually looking at section 6 on this bill, and it says that employees can request from the employer written description of the quota, the personal work speed data. But then in another section of here, it's already required that the employer give them that information ahead of time. But now over here, we're saying that they can request it again. They already have it. Would that be a duplication? But I'm saying they get the information. The employer is required to give them that information when they give them that quota. And now they can also request a copy of it to you, Madam Chair. Is that correct?
I think this goes to when a person believes that as the failure to satisfy a quota has caused there's been a violation of section 3. So going back to section 3, when they believe there's been a violation of that the employer created a quota that did not comply with the specifics laid out here. So in other words, no quota shall prevent compliance with the provisions of section 3151 of the general statutes concerning meal periods, so that when they believe that a quota has been established that doesn't allow them the time to take a meal break, or it interferes with their ability to use the bathroom facilities, including the time it takes to get there, or the quota set a performance standard that measures an employee's total output over an increment that's shorter than 1 day. So those, the fourth being that they set a quota that was based solely on ranking the performance of an employee in relation to the performance of another employee. I think we did hear testimony on that where an employee wasn't even told what the quotas were in a particular warehouse, that there was no quota. It was simply that they were being let go or penalized in some way because they hadn't performed as high as their coworkers in a given day. So they were never given anything other than that quota wasn't based on something the employer set out and said, okay, your quota is you got to do, move 10,000 units today. Their quota there was no quota set out. They were just told you didn't work as fast as your coworker. That would be an example. So when somebody thinks that has happened, that a violation of one of those things has happened or multiples of those things, then they can request this information from the employer.
Okay, thank you. But it was that they already the employer is already required to give this information to the employee upon hire. So they would already have it.
And when there's a change, but what they're saying is you made an illegal quota. So I'm asking you for the documentation on that.
Okay, so, but anytime they make a change to the quota, you're saying that they made a quota without informing the employee
No, I'm saying they made a quota that didn't adhere to section 3.
Go back here to section 3. My point is that the employer is required upon hiring the employee to give them the quota. Any current employees now, they are required to give them that information by August 26th. Then the employee feels that at some point the employer violated section 3. They already have a copy of that quota that they're questioning. Even if it was changed midway through their employment and they gave the employee notice, they gave them the new quota, they gave them the information, the employee still has it. Is that correct? They would have to have it or they would be in violation. Is that correct?
If they feel that the quota that they are now suffering some, if they believe that a quota was set that causes them to not be able to take their meal break, for instance, then they have the ability to ask for the quota, to ask for their personal work speed and data for the prior 90 days, and a copy of aggregated work speed data for similar employees. And I really think what this is about is establishing a process by which someone can say, look, based on this data set that they've asked for in this paragraph, then they're demonstrating that in fact that quota that was set violated one of those 4 items under section 3.
Okay, thank you. I guess you're assuming that they're going to maybe put in a complaint about meal breaks.
Well, presumably they
It-
could raise it to the employer and the employer could say, oh, you're right, and fix it before it goes to the Department of Labor.
Understand. And my contention here was that the employee already has it because the employer, I just wanted to make that point. The employer already has to give them that information. I'm looking at lines 110 through 115 of this bill. And it talks about, I guess they have 5 calendar days to give them a copy of any records and that the records have to be provided in English in the primary language of the employee requesting it. So my question there is the primary language, the language of the employee spoken on the job or off the job to you, Madam Chair?
I believe when we speak of the primary language of the employee, we're talking about the language that the person speaks as we often refer to as first language. I think primary language is probably a more accurate description of it than saying first language, but I believe that's what, we commonly have said in the past.
Okay, so they're well, based on recently what's going on in Washington, English is our primary language now, as we've heard.
Well, I think this bill
but
goes
this bill-
specifically to what the person that regardless of what Washington says is our primary language, because they really can't tell you your language is not Spanish when you've grown up speaking Spanish and that's your primary language.
Exactly.
They can't really tell you that. So I don't think that the Washington stuff going on really affects this.
Right, and I was just merely just pointing out that English is the primary language, but I get we have a lot of citizens that don't speak English.
As their primary language.
As their primary language, so I get that. So I'm Italian, you have French speaking, we have Spanish, we have different multi languages here in this country and in this state. I guess so the employer needs to provide this in multiple languages because they could be speaking, a lot of people speak English while they're during the day, but they're working. But when they go home, they speak their native, right? They speak, whether it's Italian or Spanish or whatever, that's the way they speak. So my question is it what they're speaking in is English? If they're in work and they're speaking English, how is the employer to know to put this in another language? Because it does happen many times. You're speaking English at work and you go home and you're talking to your family members and we're speaking Italian, Spanish, or whatever.
I actually have worked in a situation with workers that spoke primarily Chinese. Many of the workers spoke Chinese as their primary language. And even though they spoke English on the job, when it came to an important decision that employee was making, for instance, a union election, it was required that the employer wanted to make sure that that was in the language the primary language of that person. In a workplace where there are multiple languages, I would imagine it would be up to the employee to say, I need this in my primary language, which is Spanish or French or Chinese. And most employers today, in this very diverse workforce, do have access to interpreters and interpreting services that provide language, the primary language for the employee.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification whether it was on the job or off the job, and how they were to provide it. And I would assume the person would request it, or does the employer automatically have to give it to them? I'm assuming in this, I'm hoping that it has to be requested. Is that correct?
Well, I don't think that it's said that way in statute, but I assume that in a practical sense, that's the way it would work.
Okay, it does say it in here for a current employee directly to the requesting employee by a manager during the employee's work hours. Is that correct? That was on
I
page
think that-
114?
I think that, so it's, if you read the whole paragraph, it says an employer shall provide a written copy of the records requested within the 5 days. We talked about that. Such written copy shall provided, number one, in both English and the primary language, and two, for a current employee, directly to the requesting employee by a manager during such employee's work hours. So I think number two, it is a little, it speaks to a different issue.
Okay, thank you. And just a couple more questions. I just wanted for clarification here. It's about the employee filing a civil action. And it says here they may be awarded reasonable attorney's fees and costs to be taxed by the court. And it talks a little bit in here about the attorney general. The attorney general can start a cause of action on behalf of the employee. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
You're talking about line 132 and 33?
Yeah.
It allows an employee who's believes they've been aggrieved, there's been a violation. They can, and that also, I think what this language says is that an employee who's been aggrieved by a violation can, or the attorney general on the behalf of the employee can bring a civil action in Superior Court. So Attorney General's office can get involved, as most of our statutes require. Is if an agency of the state, like the Department of Labor, says we found this to be a violation, then that agency can ask the Attorney General to bring a civil action in Superior Court.
Thank you. Is that the practice today? When people have a problem with their employer, that they go through the Attorney General and that he has?
I believe there are instances of that, but I would have to ask OLR. It may not be every case.
Okay. And I'm just curious.
If you want, I can get an answer probably.
That would be
One
great.
second. Back on the record. I'm told that this doesn't happen very often, but it can happen where an employer, when the Department of Labor finds an employer in violation of a labor statute, for instance, and the employer has not adhered to the remedy, they can go to the Attorney General, and the Attorney General can file a case in Superior Court.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And also again, here it says that an employer obviously can be fined. I'm sure my colleague will kind of go over that. I did want to know on section 9, if you would be able to clarify, if I can get an answer from Laura over there, that it's talking about workers' compensation commission shall monitor the injury rates of employees working in a warehouse distribution center in the state. And it has to have the average annual injury rate. Do we know what that average rate is now to you, Madam Chair?
I believe we had testimony about that, but I don't have that information right in front of me.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, just a comment. I just find this bill to be so much government interference and government overreach into the private sector for businesses. We're trying to get businesses to come here into the state of Connecticut. This is the exact type of policy that drives them out of the state of Connecticut. And when that happens, it doesn't help anybody here. We need to make Connecticut far more affordable and provide jobs for people. This exact type of legislation deters businesses. I won't get into the striking workers bill. I agree with my colleagues on everything on that. I know there's other bills on here that talk about the striking workers, and I'll let them touch on that. But thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Representative. And I am going to ask Representative Sanchez, my co-chair, to take over at this moment.
Senator Kushner. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I listened to almost all. I had to step out for a little bit, but listened to almost all that. So I will do my best not to duplicate questions that my colleague asked. So I've got a handful of questions. Then I think I'll go and make some statements after the fact, Mr. Chair. So thank you. So starting with the warehouse, section 1, when we're talking about the definition of employee, why? And I asked this earlier on during the public hearing of Senator Looney, and I don't think there was an answer exactly, but why are we not including the delivery drivers and the couriers traveling to and from the warehouse? Why are they not included in this if they're part of the process?
Thank you, Representative. I think during the testimony, we were generally focused on the folks who were dealing with the quotas and the work pace essentially within the physical building, and I think that's why they weren't included in this specific section at this time. I believe that's the case.
Thank you. And my colleague asked a similar question, but I think this is going to be a little bit different in terms of talks about people inside employed at a warehouse distribution center. So to me, that's in the building. But in that building, Representative Master Francesco pointed out that you've got staff. You may have cleaning people who have expectations set. And so are we talking about the accounting staff or somebody who perhaps applies labels, or are we strictly talking about the people who are packaging boxes? Because there may be expectations set for all those people. Who are we really going after here, through Mr. Chair?
I think I from the language and certainly from our testimony, I do believe it's the folks who are having to do physical work, lifting boxes and are having to deal with quotas. I do see that we broadly speak to the quota meeting work performance in the standard here. So could there be standards set for people on the floor that maybe janitors? That could be the case.
Okay, thank you. I think this leaves it open to interpretation, which, the tighter we can kind of tighten, the better we can tighten this up, the less confusion it leaves for somebody down the line as to what the intent of this was. Are we talking about the administrative person who has a number of invoices to get out? Are we talking about, is this strictly aimed at somebody performing physical labor? I would like to see the intent tuned up on this. And I actually, you know what, let me go, before I get back into the questions, I just want to make a general statement that in reading through this bill, while there are so many parts of it that I think are just god awful for the message that we're sending to Connecticut, other businesses, businesses looking to invest here, and you know, perhaps employees as to how they can go advocating for themselves. I do want to point out that I think parts of this bill talk about visibility and setting expectations, and you know, in the act of setting quotas or performance expectations, I think it's a great thing to have the employees be aware. I think that if you sign up for a job, you should know what the expectations are when taking that job at the interview, and also that as your skills improve, the expectations may rise. You know, I've employed hundreds of people over my career, and it was rare that somebody comes in on day one performing as well as they are, perhaps for somebody with some aptitude and interest in improving their skills and their ability. As they, I mean, and that goes, I'll speak for myself here. You know, me on day one, it was like, how does your key card work and where's the bathroom? And today I figured out how to work the microphone. So I would say that that people's skills have improved and improve over time. I see absolutely nothing wrong with setting an expectation that a worker has a visibility to the expectations when he or she signs onto that job. And as you know, perhaps maybe there's you step up in rank, or your stature improves, or your pay improves, but with that, they expect your performance to improve. Absolutely zero issue with the language in here where it's clear, where it talks about setting expectations for performance and monitoring and giving the employee visibility of that. So I want to make that statement up front. That's where I think the bill is on point. But I do want to ask some questions, and then I'll talk about the areas where I think the bill is significantly lacking in trying to achieve what it's looking to do. And we'll get into the real, what the real intent of the bill is. So going back to that original point, I think this could lead to confusion if we're not clear on who are we talking about inside that building. So if we're just talking about the people lifting boxes, you know, maybe we should set a weight limit, or maybe we should dial that down and tune it into who are we expecting? You know, somebody operating a hand truck, somebody loading a truck, and we're not looking to pick up the administrative person in the office who has a quota of X number of invoices per day, or has the performance expectation set that if 10,000 orders came in that day, that 10,000 invoices need to go out that day or within a certain period of time. Are we looking to capture those people or not? I think that would speak, it's very important to gather that in the intent of the bill. Or are we looking to get everybody? And that should also be more clear, because that question came up to me. Mr. Chair, on page 2, line 16, the number was set of 1,000 employees, 1,000 or more employees, so more than 999. How or why did we arrive at that number? Why was that number chosen versus 500 or 100 or 10,000?
Representative, I'll have to get you an answer on that. Give me 1 second, please. Representative, I believe the answer to that question is to capture warehouses of all sizes.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that answer. Warehouses of all sizes, but this says more than 1,000 employees. at one or more warehouse distribution centers in the state. So I can see if you had 10 warehouses with 100 people, this would capture, you know, the aggregate is 1,000. But if I had 2 warehouses at 50 people, now I have 100 employees. I'm not included in that. I'm not picked up in this population of warehouses. So why did we choose 1,000 as the minimum? If you can get that information, or if you know the information, how did we arrive at 1,000?
We were trying to capture companies who employ over 1,000 employees. Representative.
Okay, and no other reason other than just, you know, to me, you know, I get it that 1,000, a company that employs 1,000 people, you know, there's more people in that building. So I don't know if the assumption was, you know, just strictly we're going after large employers just because we can, you know, it's an easy target, or, and again, I don't have the answer. I'm just throwing this out here because I haven't been given the answer, but, you know, a company that employs 500 employees in this state, I would consider to be a pretty big employer. Perhaps a little mom and pop at 10 employees might not be, you know, as desirable of a target to capture more employees under one structure. But it just seems to me that if we're concerned about warehouse worker safety, truly concerned about worker safety, you know, you may have a warehouse who employs 5 people that has abominable, you know, terrible safety standards, who just says, you know, people show up for work and they say work, 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 and we're not going to tell you, never mind what your expectations are, but we're not going to give you good safety equipment, and we're not going to give you access to the best equipment, access to the best tools, you name it. And I'm not saying that to be the case. I'm just giving an example. You may have a large company who's extremely sophisticated, who that puts safety above all else. You know, that if there's an issue with a set of safety glasses, you turn them right in and get a new set before you go back to your duties at a large company. And you may have a small company that says, we don't even hand you out safety glasses or gloves because we don't care, or we don't know any better, just get to work. And so I'm in that vein. When I look at that number of 1,000, I would like to know, why did we choose basically large companies when you could theoretically have plenty of small companies who do not have the best interests of their employees in mind? Does that help clarify, or is the answer the same, Mr. Chair?
I believe the answer is still the same, Representative.
Okay. And excuse me 1 second, I just want to make a note. Okay, and I believe Representative Master Francesco touched on for in the same section, lines 22 through 24, where paragraph B, where it talks about actions by an employee are categorized and measured between time performing tasks and not performing tasks within a defined time period. And so when we're talking about what the definition of quota is, so when we're talking about, to me, that means a block of time, the defined time period. So could that defined time period be an hour? Yeah, I guess I'll start with an hour. Could it be an hour that they're measured by the quota, Mr. Chair?
That is correct.
Okay, and I'm not trying to drag this out, but I'm going to put yes, no. A day, could they be measured by a day?
Their quotas?
Yes.
Representative? Yes.
How about a week?
A week? Yes.
A month?
Yes.
And finally, a year. Could they have an annual quota for performance, or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just, one of the things that came to mind I want to get it on the record now before I forget and to turn the page, that we use, in many, many industries, there are classifications of workers who have quotas, who have performance expectations, who have metrics that are set and measured. I would hope, as I stated before, that those are clear and communicated and communicated to the employee so he or she knows what the expectations are. I don't think it's reasonable to set somebody up with an unknown set of expectations and say, work as hard as you can. And if you don't meet these expectations, which you're not sure about, then you're going to be subject to, termination or, they're going to have their record looked at or have a blemish on their record. I think that's an unreasonable expectation, and I would not support that in any industry. But if you go into the sales industry, whether it's retail or automotive or somebody selling home improvement, you name it, salespeople have a quota that they're and a goal that's set. I've been a salesperson. I've had a goal set for me, and oftentimes it may be an annual goal. Some industries may be cyclical, so it's not a even 12-month expectation. So if you got a busy season in, let's take the retail industry, for instance. In the fall, they're very busy trying to get all their orders in before Christmas and the holidays, but it may be absolutely dead in January. And so for somebody to say, I had a lousy fourth quarter, October, November, December, but I'm going to make it up in January, February, that might be unrealistic. So in some industries, you don't have the year, it's not linear, and you're measured by the month. And so your expectation in the fourth quarter, October, November, December, may be much higher than your expectation in January, February, March. And maybe in some industries, some industries are cyclical. They may choose, that's the time to take your vacation. That's the time to take your time off and a break, because it's going to be all hands on deck during the busy season. So in sales, expectations are set. People are measured against each other. Quotas are set. Metrics are set, however you want it, and they're measured. They're usually communicated. As I said, I think it's very important that we have that. Law enforcement, there are places where law enforcement maybe doesn't have a quota on the number of tickets to hand out, but there's quotas set on activity in terms of contact with the citizens. Doesn't have to be in an adversarial, but it may just be stopping in at the local restaurant or stopping in at the local business, interacting with people on the street. There are expectations set for activity so that our law enforcement officers aren't just sitting in their cars. And I can speak from experience there as well, that, maybe not so much on the midnight shift, but I can tell you the expectation when I was working 20 some years ago as a police officer was on the midnight shift. If there's nothing going on, there's nobody out driving at 3 a.m., go stop and check doors of local businesses. Get out of your car, check to make sure they're locked, look for activity, versus, sitting in the cruiser all night, being inactive. And those expectations were set, communicated. And while I'm happy to say I didn't get, I never was admonished, I had an active record, I was compared to my peers, and it was reflected on my performance evaluation every quarter. So I've been, I can speak for, mechanics, contractors, many, many different industries have quotas, have expectations set. So it bothers me that we have an entire bill, or 90% of a bill, that is honed after one industry, warehousing, only the ones which employ 1,000 or more people in this state. We have plenty of other businesses that employ many, many more than 1,000, tens of thousands, who are not holding the same standard. And so this is, I'll get back to that later. I think Senator Kushner covered my question on 28 and 29. Representative Master Francesco asked about ranking, having visibility, but I guess the question I have related to that, I know Representative Master Francesco asked the question. My question is why, actually, strike that. I don't have a question. She answered it. I know, so if we go to page 3, section 3, paragraph 3, line 70 to 72. Representative Master Francesco asked a question about this, but so that would be no quota shall set a performance standard that measures an employee's total output over an increment of time that is shorter than such employee's workday. And so in reading that in its standalone, what if in some cases you've got a deadline? I mean, I know we have deadlines here in terms of when we have to have things out. What if you had a big order that came in? And I'm giving an example of what I think could be worst case scenario. What if the afternoon time is the busier time of the day? Why are we setting a limit on the expectation? I mean, maybe there's a historical, and I don't know this to be true because one of the things I've never done is worked in a warehouse. But if everybody knows that, hey, our busy time of day for like a restaurant, you know, they have peak times where around dinner time they get a rush, and during the rest of the day they may be putting boxes together, and when that rush comes in, they're making pizzas. This seems to hinder setting a performance quota that may say you have a certain expectation between the hours of 3 and 6, and a lower expectation, you know, earlier in the day or later. Why have we limited this to measuring an output in less than an hour or less than a day, Mr. Chair?
Representative, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes. So I gave you the example, but why are we limiting the measuring of an employee's total output? Why is the minimum measurement of time that person's workday?
I think for reasons that we discussed earlier, is essentially allowing folks to have the time to A, use the bathroom, B, get to and from a lunch period, and ensuring that it is within the scope of the individual's work day, but also having that sort of flexibility so that they meet the standardization of the quotas that they are to fulfill.
Okay. Well, I mean, the bathroom break was covered up in the lines above that, the paragraph, which I agree, you know, we sit in here for hours and hours and hours. I don't think there's any expectation that none of us can get up to leave to grab a bite of food or, and I agree that those, well, bathroom breaks are probably harder to plan, but a lunch break should be communicated, and it's a time, you know, when that employee has a time to recharge, kind of regroup. 100% agree with that. But in this case, why are we preventing, if the cycle of that business has a busy time of day, why aren't we allowing some latitude in this bill for a company? Again, I don't know this to be the case, other than I'm looking at the worst case scenario of 6 hours out of the day, you're at 60% capacity, and you've got a 2 or 3 hour block, the other 40% of the day, where everybody knows there's a rush and a deadline to get things done. You know, our CPAs work on them. Many industries work on deadlines, and there's a busier time of day than others. And I don't understand why we're measuring, the minimum unit of measurement in this bill is a work day. And I guess if there's no answer, fine, if maybe we could look at talking about that, but Senator Kushner.
I think I said this earlier today, but you might have missed it. But, you know, my impression of this is that we don't want a situation where a worker comes in the morning and they're told, you need to pack 10,000 units today. And then at lunch, they go to lunch and they come back and they say, oh, well, we just changed it. Now you have to do 12,000 units. Or if they say you have one in the morning and a different one in the afternoon. that a person ought to know going into work each day, as a minimum each day, what their quota is for that day. And then when you start breaking it down into smaller pieces than that, it's really hard for a worker in that environment to actually know what the expectation of work is.
Chair.
Wait, I'm so bad at that. I apologize.
Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. Yes, Senator, you were out of the office when I made my opening remarks, and part of which was that I believe that the workers should have visibility to expectations set when they're hired. As the job changes, that should be openly communicated. That's, I think that's a good practice. Further, but I want to make sure that we're not tying the hands of the employer. There may be a situation where the expectation in the morning when the worker came in was 10,000 units. And at noon, they got a big order, and maybe there's an opportunity now, I would like to think in a perfect world that, maybe they're given the opportunity to perform at a higher level or work longer, to fulfill that order, where it's not going to count against them on a quota, perhaps, they're not going to be disciplined. But if a large rush came in, I think of the restaurant industry, where, the workload is higher during certain parts of the day. And, so I just want to make sure that we're not we're not boxing in where both parties get stuck with saying, nope, you're limited to 10,000 units a day. I certainly don't want the employee to be penalized, for not, staying later, perhaps. We all have family. I've worked in emergency service almost good bulk of my career, and it was always unpredictable as to what you're going to encounter, and that was kind of the job. But I wanted to get to the intent of why we've limited this to a day. And I hear you. I think this could present problems, though, and I'd like that on the record. Mr. Chair, going back up to line 68 and 69, where it talks about the bathroom facilities, and it says, no quota shall interfere with an employee's use of the bathroom facilities, including reasonable travel time to and from the bathroom facilities. Now, I did hear, very early on in the session, I don't believe it was part of any testimony, may have been, but I don't think it was, but some people had alluded to the accusations of employees using diapers so that they didn't have to walk back and forth. I don't know that to be true or not. And I have to go back to the testimony. I think that's an extreme circumstance that we wouldn't expect. Nobody expects us sitting here not to be able to use the bathroom. I think that's completely reasonable. But there have been times in my experience as an employer and also an employee with fellow employees where you've seen somebody disappear to go to the bathroom and gone for a half an hour listening to music or on social media. So by boxing, again, I understand the intent is to allow people to have an adequate use of the facilities, take those bio breaks when they need them. But we have, what is the employer to do in the case of abuse where an employee says, I'm going to the bathroom, and he or she is gone for, and again, I'm using the extreme, but I feel that this could be used as an excuse where the employee says, I'm going to the bathroom, I'm taking a half an hour, and knowing full well that absolutely no discipline could be taken against that person. Until in a reasonable world, you assume that the employers are going to be reasonable and the employees are going to be reasonable in a perfect world, but that isn't always the case. You have unreasonable parties on both sides. I acknowledge that. What does this bill do to prevent an abusive situation like that, where somebody takes off for a half an hour or an hour to use the bathroom and doesn't come back?
Representative, I think, I believe Senator Kushner alluded to the purpose of this was the fact that in these larger warehouses, to and from the bathroom may take a little bit of time, and in order to ensure that they are meeting their quotas, folks have testified that they have been either A, reprimanded, or B, too fearful to take that time in order to use the bathroom. And I think a standard compliance across the board would say If you're not hitting your quotas and you're abusing your time away from your job in that amount of time, I'm sure that there are ramifications for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like, I think you and I are both thinking, we'd like to think that's how two reasonable parties would approach this, but this says that no quota shall interfere with an employee's use of the bathroom facilities, including travel time to and from the bathroom facilities, which in a reasonable, normal situation, the employee's got to go to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom, walking 300 yards. It's going to take me 10 minutes to get down and back and in and out. And that's fine. But in this case, we have prevented the employer, in my opinion, and as I read this, from taking any disciplinary action from somebody who's abusing it. Who, instead of 10 minutes like everybody else, it's a half an hour or an hour. And so in considering the worst case scenario, I want to make sure that we're protecting the employer just as much as we're protecting the employee, that we're not taking a side and that we're not opening up a situation to abuse. And I'd like to point out that to me, this paragraph sets up a situation where we've interfered with the employer's ability to discipline somebody when they're abusing the system.
Is there Representative, is there a question that you wanted me to respond to? Sorry.
I believe the question, if I didn't ask the question, I think the question here is, in drafting this bill, was consideration given to this potential for abuse, and what is the employer's remedy if an employee abuses this particular section, this particular paragraph?
My interpretation, especially with the broader use of the word reasonable, I think that would be something that the employer and employee would be able to define. I think in some of the cases that I've seen and we've heard of is that somebody may have a very long walk to and from a bathroom facility and don't feel like they have the adequate amount of time to get to and from because of that space. Now, the employer and the employee in that situation, I believe, would have the opportunity to figure out what that actually looks like to ensure that the term reasonable is defined in that situation. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I also think, in addition to what the good chairman said, I think that where employees and employers can't reach agreement on what's reasonable, that's why we have the statute. And if there's someone who feels that the quota has been structured in a way that they don't have the time to use the restroom or to take their meal breaks, when enacted, this would provide an avenue for an investigation. And I do think that there are people trained in this that work for us through the Department of Labor. And even if that were to be challenged, as we talked about earlier, and the employer were to disregard a ruling of the Department of Labor, it could actually go through the AG's office to the Superior Court. So there are avenues that an employer could pursue if they made an argument that the employee was wrong and that it was not reasonable. They would have the opportunity to defend their position on that quota.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that I think maybe I would like to give this some thought and maybe see if we could try to clear that up so that again, I guess you said there is a remedy. But I think this could be, it opens up the potential to abuse. And I hear completely understand. We heard the stories about the long walks. And I think so, to establish what is a reasonable time to walk from your workstation to the bathroom on an average, it's 3 minutes, there's 6 minutes to and from, and whatever time is a reasonable time, that's reasonable. But if somebody takes a 15-minute round trip and now it's 45, and you can't question or that can't affect your quota, I have a problem with that. So I'd like to maybe leave that open for discussion on that language as we work to improve this bill. Above that, I had some questions, but Senator Kushner, you very well explained the verbally, the expectations on verbal and in writing. Mr. Chair, I have on section 5, lines 81 through 91 generally, talks about the employer maintaining true and accurate records, maintenance of records. I made a note here. They have to be, looks like the records have to be maintained for a period of 3 years. But are they, a lot of these, the data tracking, is this an annual basis or is this, how granular is the data that the employer must maintain? Is this, you have to show 3 years from now, you got to show the employee's performance every day, every week, over the year, through you.
Thank you. I'm taking back
Are you-
over, even though I know we just had the conversation about lunch breaks. I don't intend to take a lunch break today, but I do want to eat a little something. So
Oh.
with your permission, I will chair, but also in between questions, take a bite or two.
Yes.
With regard to the section 5, I think section 5 requires the employer, and let's keep in mind, this is an employer who's using quotas to determine employee outcomes, adverse outcomes, discipline. So if they're going to use that system, then an employer is required to keep contemporaneous, accurate records. So in other words, if you're going to fire someone because you say they didn't meet their quotas, you have to have records that demonstrate that. And I think that that's going to the essence of this bill. If there were to be a complaint and a person were to challenge any aspect of this, if enacted this statute, they need to have, the employer needs to have those records. And it's to the employer's advantage to have them because that's how they would demonstrate that they, in fact, if they maintain they didn't violate the law, then they have to have the records. And we ask employers to keep all kinds of records for 3 years. And I think that when enacting a statute like this, what we're saying is you have to maintain the records. If you're going to say an individual employee hasn't met the quotas you've set, then you have to have the individual employee's work speed data that you've accumulated to establish that. And all the other things that are said here.
Thank you for that. And so part of, again, going back, I think it's important to, first of all, expect excellence in the workplace, right? So setting goals, expectations, performance metrics with the employees, I think is a great idea. And I also think it's a good idea that the employer, in setting those, is clear with what the expectations are as they change and giving the employee visibility to that. What I don't see in this question, in this section rather, is, and I'm just going to go back through this. It talks about that that the employer must maintain this and maintain it for a 3-year period. Does this, Madam Chair, does this change how, we're an at-will state? So would this section apply only if the employee were let go for failing to meet a quota? Or is this generally, if they let somebody go in an at-will environment as we enjoy today, does this change that at-will status for the warehouse workers?
I don't believe this impacts at will, but it does, just like so many other laws that we have, determine statutorily obligations on the part of the employer. So it's not only if somebody was let go, it could mean there are other ways a person could be adversely impacted, but it also could just go to the heart of the quota itself and whether or not the quota was an illegal quota. So it's not always an adverse action from the employer toward an employee. But I don't think it speaks to the at-will issue. The at-will issue means the employer can discharge employees within, however, that at-will is modified by many statutes that we pass.
Yeah, that's why I went back to read it. I just wanted to make sure that this didn't only apply in a situation where the employee was let go for failure. There was an issue with the quota, right? There was the discharge because of a quota issue. So as I'm hearing, this does not impact at will, but we are placing a burden on employers to store data. You know, we know that today, well, it's assumed that if they're tracking the employees using this data, they've got it available. I agree there. The additional requirement is that they will now maintain that data for 3 years after. Can I just take a second to reread this to make sure so I'm not rambling on here?
Absolutely. I have to do that sometimes too.
I'm back. So, so it doesn't say anything here about a discharge as I'm reading it. So it's 3 years. As I understand it. So if they start tracking my data, if I get hired on January 1st, 2025, they need to maintain that data till 2028. And then I guess you can get rid of the last year, and it's every 3 years that block. And the employee, keep in mind, could still be working there. This does not talk about a discharge. So for an employee working there 10 years, they will have maintained under this requirement the last 3 years. So the first 7 years won't apply, but the last 3 years of the 10 years will apply. If that makes sense.
That's my understanding.
Thank you. And yeah, I do have. Feel bad messing with your lunch because I do have some more questions here, but okay. I could go from like a question to a statement and give you time to eat. Okay, good. All right, on to where are we? Section 6. Lines 1 through 10, 115. So paragraph C. Let me make sure I understand what I was asking here. Okay, yes. So it talks about an employer being required to provide a written copy of records requested pursuant to the section, and they have 5 days to get it to the employee. It'll be both in English and a primary language, which I heard you talk about before, and of the employee directly to the requesting employee by a manager during such employee's hours of work. So I understand the expectation, the requirement of the employer to provide this data to the employee. And I'm just gonna, again, from my experience, is it possible, what I don't see addressed here is the employee's requirement to submit this request using a certain process. So if the employee submits and I've seen this happen firsthand where an employee has an issue, a question, a request, not even related to, and it happens here. You make a request for something and you send it to the wrong person and it ends up in the wrong hands and it's not addressed in 5 days because instead of going to HR, it went to the person's direct manager. So in this section, can we add submitting a recommendation that this is unclear in terms of what is the responsibility of the employee to make sure that he or she gets that information in a timely manner. If there was a chain of command that wasn't followed or a process that wasn't followed, I fear this, if they sent a written slip and put it in somebody's mailbox that didn't get looked at I hope you see where I'm going with that I think there should be some sort of an expectation on the employee to follow some process or that they can't submit that to just anybody.
I understand your comment. Give me one moment. I just wanted to confirm with our LCO that it's not contained within some other section of this, and I don't believe it. There is a requirement contained as written that the employee making the request, either employee or former employee, must do in a certain fashion or to a certain person. I think that, you know, I want to see this get put up today, but I'm pretty sure I can speak for my co-chair that a change like that we'd be amenable to making before it comes to the floor.
Okay, yeah, I think, thank you for that answer. I think it, again, and as your co-chair knows, yeah, I think there's many things that come out of this building with the best of intentions, and because every little detail hasn't maybe been thought of, it could lead to conflict, confusion, and you know, instead of allowing the two parties to you know, work it out amongst themselves, you know, now it becomes a course where, you know, it wasn't clear. Neither side is clear on who's right or who's wrong. And now we've involved other parties like the Attorney General, which I'll get to later. You know, when something seemingly should be able to be this should be cut and dry, simple, and very clear for both sides as to what the expectation is. On lines well, let's see, 125, 126, and in section 7, talks about there shall be a rebuttable presumption that such adverse action is in violation of this section. So it talks about if the employer discharges or in any way retaliates, discriminates, or takes an adverse action against the employer or former employee or former employee within 90 days after that employee attempts to engage in the activities described in subsection A. Which was, yes, filing civil action or making a request. There shall be a rebuttable presumption that such adverse action is in violation of this section. So, yeah, I think that really is one-sided. I don't, again, I think our role here is to be neutral. So, is this saying that the presumption is that the employer is in the wrong? So if an employee says, you know, my quota has been, you know, this quota situation has been violated, the employee files a complaint or makes takes action, and then sometime further down the line within those 90 days, you know, let's say the employee you know, assaults somebody, or, and again, I'm using worst case scenario, they steal something. Now they're terminated for the theft, but the presumption is that that was taken as an adverse reaction, which had nothing to do with the initial action of them pointing out there was an issue with the quota. So when we say rebuttable, I mean, I'll just point out that that seems like it sides with the employee without giving consideration for other actions that could occur. And when we talk about rebuttable, what remedy does the employer have in that situation?
I actually think that rebuttable presumption gives the employer the ability to say, it might look like I did this because they filed a case, but I am able to rebut that assumption or that presumption because in fact, the employee engaged in a fight. So rebuttable actually gives the employer the ability to say that presumption is wrong. So, you know, I think clearly when what it does is it establishes who has the burden of proof. So it's not the employee that has the burden of proof of showing they're doing this to me because I filed this case with the Department of Labor. They may say that, but if the employer can show that there was some other reason, the burden of proof is on the employer to show that. And so I don't think it really hamstrings the employer. It just means that you have to have a good reason to take action against an employee for filing a case.
Thank you for that. And I don't see it included in the section. I'm not an attorney. You know, I understand your explanation. Who is that who's that rebuttal presented to, Madam Chair?
I'm assuming that it would be an employee who made a wage and hours claim, filed a claim with the Department of Labor, that they would investigate, and the employer would have to make, they would have to make the argument that it had nothing to do with,
So it's the
in that
investigation.
first level, in that
investigate.
first level. If the Department of Labor, let's say, takes action against the employer, and they weren't convinced, and the employer says, I'm not going to pay the fine, or I'm not going to reinstate the employer, I'm not going to do what the Department of Labor is telling me to do, then it could go to Superior Court in the action of the Attorney General, defending the Department of Labor.
Thank you. So is it fair to say, in my words, that the investigating agency is the one that, that the rebuttal will be sent to? So if the DOL is investigating, the employer needs to send the rebuttal to the DOL.
It would be to the DOL in whatever format the DOL, and I'm not so familiar with all their procedures as
Yeah.
to when it might go before
Yeah, I'm
a
not-
hearing officer, but at some point during the process, what this says is the employer has the responsibility to show that it wasn't retaliation for filing a claim against the employer.
Okay, so if the DOL is the investigating agency, then they have to present that to the DOL. If it's the Attorney General, they have to present that to whoever the investigating agency, just in my,
That's correct.
okay. Okay. Um. Okay, now on section 8. Forgive me because I did step out and I did hear Representative Master Francesco talking, but talk about the inclusion of the Attorney General on or behalf of the employee. I heard you say it's not often, but is there a reason why we've involved the Attorney General? I guess I heard not often. What other circumstances, what other industries do we have the Attorney General getting involved over the Department of Labor? I heard not often, but what other what other examples do we have?
Excuse me. I believe it's not just the Department of Labor. I think the Attorney General has the responsibility to take cases to Superior Court where they believe the laws of the state of Connecticut have not been upheld. Generally speaking, there are agencies that have the ability to investigate and enforce the laws under their within their cognizance. But if an employer, for instance, ignores that, in this case with the Department of Labor, then it might have to go beyond that to the AG and to the courts.
Thank you for that. And so if in other industries, an employer has a violation, create is not the right word, but it commits a violation with an employee, the employer's at fault, the Department of Labor gets involved, and the employer, this is in other industries, not to this bill, the employer isn't following the instruction of the DOL. Do we give the Attorney General the authority in other industries, or are we just targeting this industry with the Attorney General, Madam Chair?
I believe that authority goes to other, it's not specific to this industry.
Okay, thank you. Just make a quick note. Okay, still in section 8 on lines 139 through 143, talks about employer penalties, violations first, and then assessed a civil penalty. $1,000 for the first violation, $2,000 for the second violation, $3,000 for a third or subsequent violation. So $3,000 for the fourth and fifth, and hopefully it doesn't get that far. How do these penalties compare to other industries and other labor law violations, Madam Chair?
We would have to request that information through OLR. Hold on one second. back on the record, as I suggested, there are many cases where we assign penalties in statute. And if we wanted to compare to the value, you know, the dollar amount to other other statutes, we'd have to request that of OLR because there are a lot.
Thank you for that. And I think we should request that from OLR. What I'm getting at is I don't have any grounds or basis to know what other industries or what other violations, you know, for the first violation, I've seen some where the violations of, $150, and some could be much more. I don't know. So I want to see where this fits into the range, and I want to make sure that we're not singling out one industry. So if those fines are consistent with other industries, that's reasonable. And if they're not, I'd like to have that information. So I'll have to request that from OLR. Thank you. Okay, in section 9, lines 144 through 154, talks about monitoring the injury rates. So the Workers' Compensation Commission shall monitor the injury rates in warehouse distribution centers matching. Well, I guess the first question, it says working in warehouse distribution centers in the state. So in warehouse distribution centers in the state, are we talking about just the ones covered under this bill, 1,000 or more? Or is it every warehouse distribution center in the state at any employee level? Because it doesn't state that here that I can see, Madam Chair. That's on line 146, 145, 146.
I would think this would section, we can get clarity from our LCO, but I do believe the way I read the statute is that we've defined what an employer is. And so it would have to meet the definition of employer under the statute, but I would ask LCO if they have a better or different answer. They're the lawyers.
May I just give the reason behind my thinking?
Well, let's get the answer first and then it might mean you don't have to ask it.
Yeah, the definition in section 1 applies to section 9 as well.
May I ask, I guess through you, Madam Chair, with this may end
Absolutely.
up back at OLR. What I see in the definition of section 1, we're talking section 1, paragraph 5, that we're talking about, warehouse distribution?
I was referencing section 1, paragraph 2, which defines the employer.
Okay. And I would just like to point out that
But I think you're correct. It would also have to meet paragraph 5.
okay, and I'll just draw the distinction that paragraph 1 defines what an employer is, and it includes certain types of warehouse distribution centers, but section 9 says working in warehouse distribution centers. And so if I look at the definition of a warehouse distribution center in paragraph 5, it says nothing about the size of a warehouse. It just talks about their NAICS code and how the type of business that it is. And so I don't think, if I'm reading that as a limit, that says that any warehouse distribution center, anybody doing that type of work, which could be one employee or more, which would, that would mean that the Workers' Compensation Commission needs to track this data for every single warehouse in the state of any size. That's how I read it.
Well, you may be correct. And I'm not sure that would be a bad thing, but it's good to have clarity. So if you'll give me a moment, see if I can get clarity. Thank you for that question, and I do think we have clarity. So in terms of compiling the data and tracking the data, monitoring the injury rates, that would be on all warehouses. But starting in line 146, the end of 146, it says if an employer is found to have an annual injury rate at or over 1.5 times the average rate of all the warehouses, that employer is then subject to this. The employer, that word employer goes back to the definition in paragraph 2, and that's where the number of employees kicks in. So if you're smaller than what is designated in the statute, then the rest of that paragraph would not apply to you.
Thank you. And I hadn't gotten to the rest of the paragraph. I just honed in on, may I continue, Madam Speaker? Madam Chair,
You just made me the speaker, and I'm not even in the house.
you know, I don't know, it could be.
I know, it's that kind of afternoon.
It could be, promotion.
It would definitely be a promotion. There's no question about that.
So I guess.
But I have to first get elected as a representative.
We'll take you. We'll take you. Okay. The reason for me honing in on that is the Workers' Compensation Commission, through you, Madam Chair, is the Workers' Compensation Commission monitoring the injury rates of all distribution centers today?
I don't have an answer to that, but I know this would require them to. Oh, I am, yes.
Oh.
I didn't seek an answer from OLR on that because I think we'd have to go to the agency and they're not in the room. So I don't have an answer as to whether they currently monitor warehouse injury rates. I'm not familiar with that kind of monitoring that might be going on.
Okay, thank you. So let me just I asked my colleague just to see if there's any testimony from them on this, but if they are doing this today, my question goes away. If the Workers' Compensation Commission is not currently monitoring the injury rates just in this particular industry in the state, this could be a huge burden on them. I'd like to see testimony, and I'd also like to ask if there's a fiscal note associated with that additional workload. And again, if they're already doing it, that's a moot point, but that's where that's the reason I asked that question about current practice. Okay.
I do believe that if it is a huge test, then there would be a fiscal note likely attached, which we would get after we JF it. But I also recognize that injury rates, that information is self-reported through the Department of Labor. And so it may be that that information is readily available.
Thank you. And I understand that it's I understand that it's reported, just I guess the semantics of monitoring, the devil's in the details per se, but I want to make sure that, if that's current practice, my question goes away. If it's not, if this is requiring something different, then I would like to follow up on that to see what the fiscal note would be, or if there will be a fiscal note. When you're talking about, now we're comparing in lines starting with 146 down to 151 ish, or maybe even the rest of the paragraph. Have we established a 1.5 times a threshold with any other industry? What's the or what is the, put another way, what is the trigger of 1.5 times the industry standard, Madam Chair?
I believe that's spelled out in the way that's drafted. It says 1.5 times the average annual injury rate for the relevant North America Industry Classification System codes.
That,
And it's based on the data that's reported to federal OSHA. So they're basically just pulling the data from federal OSHA.
thank you. I understand that. And so the question, so the question that I ask is, do we hold any other industry to a 1.5 times standard? And I don't know yes or no, but I'm curious, are we just targeting warehouses? Or if you were to say that an outlier in any industry would be 1.5 times or more, why the 1.5 times? And if there's are we doing this with any other industry, Madam Chair?
I think that 1.5 times was put in here as a measure that we say, the legislature, this is the standard, it can't be, that needs to be met by warehouses. And if they're above that, then there's going to be an investigation as to whether or not the quotas are whether or not there's violations of this act that would become an act, this bill that would become an act. And I think that, I don't know if we've targeted other industries like that, if we have made statutory requirements like this. But I think the reason we're doing it here is because we've become aware through the public coming forward, through testimony, that this not only is a serious problem, but that these injury rates from the experts we've heard from are very high.
Okay, thank you for that. The Workers' Compensation Commission already tracks this data, so I think we would know in this industry already today how it ranks. We would know that without having to, before the bill was written. I didn't take the time to look it up. I think we'll need to get that information from Workers' Comp. But I'm just curious why. I mean, there are plenty of dangerous industries, construction, tree cutting, many industries that have high experience ratings in terms of incidents of injury. And of course, it's should be the goal of any company to drive down injury rates. And the reason I state that is that you're already penalized. Your workers' compensation insurance goes up based on the number of accidents that you report and injuries and payouts. And so they look at not just the severity of the injuries, but the frequency. And they assign you a rating, and you're paying a higher insurance premium for having a higher risk rate. So I would think it would already be in the interest of any company to work to drive down the injury rates. Just making a statement there, but
I didn't want to interrupt you, but I knew you were making a statement, but I do want to, make sure that we're on the same page here, that it doesn't require the investigation by the DOL, but it requires that the notice go to the labor commissioner, and that the commissioner shall determine whether there should be an investigation as to whether or not violations of sections 2 through 7 have occurred. They would decide whether or not they would decide whether it's appropriate to investigate, essentially. So it seems like we're not suggesting that the Department of Labor actually has to do that investigation, but it suggests that they would have it within their authority to do that.
okay, thank you for that. I'll just point out that, OSHA, in the event of an injury, it's supposed to be reported to OSHA, just as it's supposed to be reported to the Workers' Compensation Commission voluntarily. And they already have, OSHA already has penalties and fines. If you have an injury that gets reported to the Workers' Compensation Commission, your experience rating goes up and you pay higher premiums. So there's two sets of areas where the company is going to pay a penalty for having unsafe practices in the building. And as I stated, that the number one goal of any company prior to earning a profit, prior to getting delivery to their customers, prior to any of their goals and objectives, the number one focus should be on safety. Because if you don't have safe and healthy workers, you can't run a functional business. Having recognized that accidents happen and things happen, you've got these two agencies, OSHA and the Workers' Compensation Commission, that can step in and already issue fines and penalties. And so I think those exist already to protect workers. So I'm just questioning, why do we, in this case, are we also involving the Department of Labor? And do we do this in other industries? Do we know that, or are we just singling out warehousing?
I think what we're saying here, and I think it's not only appropriate, but it's really our responsibility to say, we've heard testimony, we've been told by experts who've looked at the data that there's a very high rate of injury in certain warehouses. And we've heard people testify that there's a belief, and even earlier today, there was some question about the causality that was raised between the injury rates and the quotas. What this paragraph does is says that the labor commissioner can say, because of this high rate of injury, we want to investigate to see if there have been violations of this quota system that we're setting up. And so I do think that it's in here as a measure, as a way, as an opportunity for us, if there's these high injury rates, of appealing to the Department of Labor and saying, we think there should be an investigation because we think they're violating the quotas. So it's another way to trigger an investigation that might not otherwise occur, where somebody gets injured several times and just decides to leave, as has been suggested, because they don't feel like taking a case against the employer to the Department of Labor. And this is happening so regularly that they have this high rate. Nobody's made a claim, but maybe we should investigate and see if there have been violations to the statute that we've enacted. So I think it's, in my opinion, this is really a good part of this bill, because it puts us in a position of really enforcing the quotas rather than just expecting people to individually report. It also really gets us to focus on employers who have a very high rate of injury, which I think we really should take responsibility to look into when that happens. So, I believe this is an important part of the statute, of the bill that we're proposing.
Thank you for that. And in noting that, I don't see that other than an investigation, it talks about, the authority or the ability of the DOL to issue. What happens after the Department of Labor investigates and perhaps they find a violation? I don't see any next steps covered there. What happens after the DOL investigates?
Well, I assume that if the DOL were to undertake an investigation like this, it would be subject to public information, and that the public would certainly be made aware of whether this company was violating it. It might also encourage employees who've been subjected to these quotas to file individual claims. But I think you're correct. It doesn't have a next step after that investigation written into the statute as I read it. We might entertain if you think there should be penalties once the investigation happens.
I mean, we're going for broke. Why not put it all? Why not throw it all on there?
Maybe we should. A lot of times what happens though is we do something like this and then we find out there were really serious violations and there wasn't enough teeth in it. We come back and say, okay, now we need to put the teeth into it.
Okay, I mean, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I'm just going to sum this up as to how I read this. We're singling out an industry.
And I should go back to, I can ask LCO this too, but going back to the paragraph above there, it says an employer who violates the provisions of sections 2 to 7 inclusive of this act may be assessed a civil penalty by the court. So perhaps that's the way we would get to the penalties, because somebody would say they have a really high injury rate. And so now the AG takes an employer to court.
Thank you for that. But that, as I read it, again, as you pointed out, had
An employee aggrieved by a violation. That's the beginning of it. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm saying that section 8 involved the Attorney General and that paragraph B of 139 through 143 involve the penalties associated with the Attorney General. But when we jump down to section 9, it talks about OSHA and Workers' Compensation Commission and Labor Commissioner, but it doesn't talk about any actions that the Labor Commissioner can take other than an investigation. Doesn't say that they have to notify anybody. Doesn't say what their role is other than they may conduct an investigation. And so to me, earlier in the bill, we gave multiple opportunities for employees to report. Here in section 9, they have to report to the Workers' Compensation and OSHA, which are also vehicles for penalties and fines. But section 8 talks about the Attorney General. There's another opportunity. So I just don't see a reason to even have the Department of Labor involved in this with no expectation set. And I don't want to be creating busy work for them. We know that they're understaffed already. So now we're going to, create more burden for them with no expected outcome. And to me, this just sends a message that there's a target on the warehouses without, because we've involved the DOL without giving them any clear guidance or any expectation of what's going to come of their involvement. That's how I read it. And I don't need to say any, unless you have a rebuttal or maybe there's some change to the language. I just don't see that entire section having any relevance to this, or at least the second half of it.
I just want to make a clarification and a correction for the record that in section 8, and it is true that section B of section 8 applies to that section in terms of the penalties, but they can be assessed by the court, those penalties. But it, just so we're clear, that action in court could be taken by an aggrieved employee or the Attorney General on behalf of employee. So just so I didn't want to say, leave any question about who can take that step for action, for civil action. But I do think that in terms of the larger point about whether or not we should identify further penalties or actions that could occur should there be an investigation and an employer found in violation of the sections based on Labor Commissioner's investigation, I think we could potentially have conversations about flushing that out a bit, but I don't think it's necessarily required. I think that we are saying that it's optional whether or not the Labor Commissioner would determine that it was appropriate to investigate. And in that regard, I don't think the Labor Commissioner would engage in that activity of investigation if they felt it was busy work or if it was they didn't have the resources available to do so.
Okay, thank you. I think we may have to flesh this out, but everywhere else it talks about penalties and kind of deliverables for all the parties, including the Attorney General, and fines, and then same thing with workers' comp and OSHA. But we talk about the DOL and we don't give them, there's nothing said other than they may conduct an investigation. But so I think that's probably 3 or 4 lines that don't mean anything to me. They just maybe other than to, focus on one industry where you've got the OSHA, workers' comp, Attorney General, Labor Commissioner, employees, all of whom can bring action against a warehouse. So I'll just point it out there, that particular section of the section, those few lines. It's just words that I don't need. I don't know why they're involved, but I'll leave it there and maybe we can flesh that out. I would like to move on to, I have a couple of very brief questions on section 10. And part of this is that I just don't understand the language, and I'm sure that the knowledge exists in this room. When we talk about lines 166 and 167 about, I guess the whole, if we were to summarize this, that the only employees affected by this are somebody, or employees who are affected by a collective bargaining agreement? Because it looks like it outlines who's not participating in financing or directly interested in a labor dispute caused by unemployment.
So I would just point out that that's existing statute. And so what we're doing here is adding section A
Yeah.
that defines, and it's not necessarily someone who has a collective bargaining agreement. Because in fact, sometimes there are strikes that involve negotiations for a first agreement, for instance. I don't think that was the essence of your
fair.
point, but I just wanted to be sure that we understood that. But the only new language here is the underlined section.
Thank you. I don't think I have any more questions, but I would like to make a few statements. I'll start with, just because in order of how we started, we'll start on the warehouse, and I'll just kind of go down some of the observations I made and just want on the record. You know, I recognize that warehousing, we've heard from many people testifying that it's a growing industry, that, you know, we all see the delivery trucks, you know, obviously Amazon, but there are plenty of others who show up at my door, and sometimes I wish people in my household didn't have access to the credit card because they show up. And we all have that expectation of the delivery of service, and that it's efficient and reliable and convenient, right? I mean, it wasn't too long ago, we went out to the mall for everything, and as Senator Sampson talked about earlier, that the market is all intertwined. And so as the you know, 15, 20 years ago, who could have predicted? Maybe somebody did. Obviously, Jeff Bezos did, and the people at Walmart, and you know, several of them went to that online platform to the detriment of the malls, which is good, right? That's the market working. It's the progression of things. Customers chose to shop where it was most convenient and affordable, and so now today, the bulk of our shopping, generally, you know, as far as I can tell, is online. For all the reasons I stated. And so I want to make sure that in this, when we talk about protecting workers and worker safety, we're targeting one industry that is growing, that we're identifying as growing. I also like to point out that I'm disappointed at the timing of this hearing today, because several of us on this committee are scheduled to tour the Amazon facility tomorrow in Windsor Locks. And my expectation is, you know, we've heard from advocates who have come here to talk about some of the concerns. And I'm looking forward to seeing that operation myself and talking with employees, hopefully, and managers, and observing and getting a firsthand picture of what we've heard. As you know, we've heard people testify to, some who work there, many who don't, many who never have worked for Amazon. I will point that on the record. We had people who testified, and I don't know, maybe they're all right. And but I want to see for myself tomorrow. So I'm disappointed that we're having this discussion, voting this bill out today rather than perhaps next Thursday. Because of the fact, I think that would have given a more clear picture, where some of us, by the way, both sides of the aisle are going to be visiting tomorrow, where we could have come back and said, you know what, it's just as bad as the proponents said, and this bill, we're not going to make a change, and it might go out of here unanimously. Or we might get there and find out that, you know, some of this stuff was exaggerated, or it's been addressed, or there's something lost in translation. And I want to know the truth, objective truth, not somebody, you know, I want to see it with my own eyes. And I'm disappointed that we don't get a chance to have that debate after seeing it with my own eyes, where I can tell this room, talk with my colleagues, have that debate based on what we actually saw, rather than some of this is, I'm guessing that what I'm expecting to see, and I don't know. I can promise you I'll be objective, but I wish we were having this conversation next week, where I could come back and tell you what I saw. So I'll get that on the record. The other thing we heard, there was a press conference earlier in February where it was announced that this was a priority bill for the Democrats. And you can go back to the tape, but Senator Looney, you know, talked about some of the reasoning behind this bill. And he intimated that this was about organizing Amazon and the fact that Amazon wasn't unionized, in addition to worker safety, right? Because this isn't going after, if worker safety was a priority, we would be taking up this issue with every warehouse in the state of Connecticut if it's a growing industry. One employee or more, we would put them all together and say you're all held to the same standard, regardless of whether you employ one employee or 1,000 or 10,000. Every employee matters. Okay, the safety of every employee matters. So, you can go back to the tape. It's been a month. My memory's a little foggy, but I wrote it down. And he did reference the fact that Amazon's not unionized. So if that's the goal here, I take issue with putting this under worker safety. Every action taken by this body to make it more difficult for businesses to operate, and I'm not talking about operate in bad faith, operate in unsafe conditions. Every action we take to make it punitive on business with an ulterior motive or with an assumption of doing good without poking ourselves and asking, geez, what's the other side of this? Because I do that all the time to myself. I may be 100% for something, but I try to force myself to look at it from a different perspective just to see who else might be affected down the line. I'm wrong a lot of times, and not just at home where it's almost all the time, but I'm wrong here and in business and elsewhere in my life. And I think I have a pretty decent perspective by admitting that I don't know everything. And so I think when we come out of here passing this without the opportunity to see tomorrow, but the bills that come out of this building, not just in this committee, have downstream effect on our economy, some good, some bad, on how people live their lives, have nothing to do with the economy. There are often downstream effects that we didn't consider because we didn't hit the pause button to ask ourselves, is this really the direction we want to go? So I have a few articles. I know we're not allowed to use props, but I can tell you I'm an avid reader of many different newspapers. We see it. You could Google it. There are tons of examples of kiosks replacing people at restaurants and online. We shop online and you don't ever interact with a human. And in these warehouses, I was reading an article a couple of months ago in the Wall Street Journal that the forklift injury rates are very high because of the issue with the forklift, issue with the operators. Accidents happen at a high rate where forklifts are, and the trend is to get rid of to go to drone forklifts, right? Forklifts without people. Read another article in a different, actually also in the Wall Street Journal, about robots that can pick and pack and sort and lift and work in a warehouse. So I think if we're going to make it as punitive for some of our growing industries, we could inadvertently hurt the very people we're trying to protect. And I'm not saying you have to take my word for it. Go do a Google search on some of these topics just to see. I mean, it's inevitable. And so I think the harder we make it on the employer-employee relationship, which again, Senator Sampson referenced the fact that we make an assumption here that it's adversarial. And during my career, at times it has been. But most of the time, you're two parties working towards a common goal. The business has a profit motive and so does the employee. As an employee, I do not go to work, generally speaking, out of benevolence. There's a profit motive for myself and there's a profit motive for the business. Everybody in this room has a profit motive, and I think we're being dishonest if we don't acknowledge that it doesn't just exist in a corporation or a limited liability company. So I want to make sure that we acknowledge that if we push and push and push here and target one of the largest growing industries in Connecticut, where we're talking about trying to keep people and attract people and also provide valuable services, that we don't end up with a bunch of robots picking, packing, stacking, and sorting when it could have been people with decent wages, where we encourage the employers and the employees to work it out. So I talked about, I think I've said all I have on that. I will just point out that I think we're making a big mistake on targeting these large warehouses. If we care about workers, you know, we will treat all warehouses the same, or we'll be honest about the reason for our pursuit of this particular industry. Now I'll go on to striking workers, because this is something that gets very little write-up this year. Last year, there was much more discussion about it. There was the language was, I think, a little bit more. I would say it's been pared down this year, but it accomplishes the same thing. And we heard, and I'm not deaf to the testimony. We heard tons of people come through here, and I acknowledge 100% that those workers work hard, whether you're a unionized employee, non-unionized employee, small business owner. You're out there, generally speaking, working your tail off, grinding it every day. And that's why they call it work. I mean, it's great if you have a job that you like, you enjoy, that pays well, then it's not work. If you're enjoying yourself and it pays well, that's not even work. But most of us don't have that every day, and it's a grind. And so I absolutely respect and recognize the right of employees to collectively bargain, to unionize. I don't take that away. I think we should celebrate the opportunity of employees to gather together, form a group, a union, and advocate for the conditions that they want. But when we talk about this legislation, I wholeheartedly believe that we are tipping the scales in the favor of labor. And I recognize that a strike, I heard it last year, and I heard it this year, that it's never taken lightly. I don't dispute that one bit. I think it's stressful. I know it's stressful. I heard it in the people who were testifying. I heard it in their voices, saw it in their eyes. They told the stories. They were, for the most part, compelling. They were genuine. You know, I'm not sitting up here cold-hearted, but when you ask me, and I think it's the job of the people who testified to convince us to make a major policy change, regardless of what goes on in New York. This is Connecticut, and we need to be worrying about what's good for Connecticut, not what's good for New York or Illinois or Florida or Washington State. That's irrelevant to me. You know, unless you're telling me that this is going to bring jobs and encourage investment and truly make the lives of the employees or the employers better, you have a hard time convincing me, and I need to be convinced. So when we talk about making a major policy change, which deviates, changes our current unemployment law, it wholeheartedly changes it. To take away the three, right on the Department of Labor website, you have 3 criteria, and one of them involves, you know, loss of work through no fault of your own. And we had people who testified that said, this isn't my fault, or it's not their fault, but it's willful and it's deliberate. Unionized employees get together and they take a vote. And they vote to strike or not to strike. And I'm not, again, I'll point out, this is not a decision that's made lightly. I acknowledge that. We're not disputing that. Not an argument in this room, up and down this table. The argument is that it is willful, it's deliberate, and it is within their control. Whether or not it's a tough decision or not, that's not what you're trying to convince me. You're trying to convince me that it's out of your control. And so when we make the argument that it's within your control, now we're changing Connecticut labor law, unemployment law. And we had people, one person in particular, I won't call this person out, but we had somebody here testifying that this is our money. We paid into this fund. And when I questioned, how do you pay into the fund? We've paid into this fund through our labor. And then I was laughed at when I questioned, I think when I used the word interesting, that's interesting. I didn't want to further provoke, but I do find it interesting because it takes a lot of different pieces to make commerce happen. You've got labor for sure. You have employees who come to work wanting a profit motive for themselves. They want to provide for their families, and they come to work hard And in some cases, they have a choice. In some cases, they've been there 30 years. The pension is around the corner. I absolutely hate what I'm doing, but I'm going to stick it out. And I worked at a police department with people who thought that way. And I have family members who are parts of unions who feel that way. I'm into it. I got a few more years. I'm going to do my time. And that, I agree that that happens. You've got people who may get into something on the front end and realize it's not for them and they're out. That's not what I'm here to dispute. You know, we talked about choice. I don't want to cast aspersions or pass judgment on anybody for whether they choose to stay in a job they like or they don't. What I want to talk about is that we're talking about changing policy. And so this person who testified said, I paid for that unemployment insurance with my labor. Well, I think we all do to some degree. But what was lost in that discussion and left out of that equation was the fact that at some point in that equation, you have an employer who may or may not have laid everything they have on the line, whether, you know, I'll speak to my personal experience of refinancing my mortgage to start one of my businesses. And the anxiety, the concern of, can I make this go? And if I don't, you know, now I've got more debt. You know, I've eaten into my line of credit against my mortgage, causing negative equity on my house because I have an idea and I've got a dream. So you've got a risk that somebody had to take to start a business potentially. Maybe they inherited it. Maybe they got a rich father mother that gave them the business and handed it to them, and they're making money hand over fist. It's not me, and I'm not going to pass judgment on somebody like that. They've got an investment of capital. They put their money in versus going to work for somebody else. They say, you know what? I think I've got something here. I've got a new idea. I've got a new service. I have a new product. I'm going to take it to market. And you can't do it on your own most of the time. So yes, you need labor. You need employees. And you need minds and you need creativity. And you need hard work. And you need equipment and tools and machinery and a whole system that supports that. And so labor is one piece of that equation, but labor did not pay in to the entire system. Okay, if it's not, I mean, we're not making belts with hammers and punches. We have millions of dollars invested in complicated, sophisticated equipment and technology, and somebody has to pay for that. And so yes, labor plays their part 100% because you can't do all that work. Well, again, we keep pushing it here. It may all be robots, but that's not the intent. The intent is that you've got people who use their creativity and their mind, and maybe that labor comes into the employer and says, I think we can do this better, and they come up with a new idea. Maybe they decide, that person says, I can do it better if I'm on my own. All those scenarios and 1,000 more happen every day. But labor is one part of the equation, and no, by the statute, by the way the law is written, employers pay into the unemployment compensation fund. And so by us getting involved here, we are absolutely tipping the scales. We are doing the work of the union by taking one side of the equation and telling the employer, you have to pay for your employees to go on strike. Even if it's a difficult decision, an awful decision for the employees. The decision to go on strike is the absolute nuclear button. No side, I believe wholeheartedly that neither side wants that. We've heard it from the employers who say it's devastating. We've heard it from the employees that it's an absolute means of last resort. I agree. I agree with that, with both statements. They can both be right in my mind. But by us getting involved and tipping those scales, we have now told employers, you need to negotiate against yourself. You're going to fund this because we're going to bring you back to the table quicker. I'll just read my notes to make sure I didn't miss a quote. We had Senator Looney said that employers will be pressured in his testimony here or whatever room we were in. We've included the Attorney General in this, which is not yet another form of pressure. And it would fundamentally change the labor law to match something which everybody has said occurs rarely, and not for a very long duration. Yet we need to pass this legislation. And you just can't convince me that this is good, that this sends any kind of message to employers or employees. Both sides need to be accountable. I want to see the employees and the labor side negotiate for everything they can that makes sense for them and makes sense for a viable business. You know, I want employees better paid, not worse paid. So, yeah, a couple more things and then I'll be quiet. We've had testimony that was somewhat conflicting, and in terms of who believes that the strike would be more likely if this happened, and there was some who said that this would be less likely because the employer would be compelled to come to the table quicker and maybe resolve the issue sooner if they knew the employees would have this newfound authority that they didn't earn, that we gave to them. And I would just say that if we're conflicted on that, if you're getting conflicted testimony, it's not our job to jump in. You know, I probably wouldn't be much more compelled, but I would be more compelled to listen and give that consideration if you had everybody saying this absolutely will not last in a longer strike. There was no data presented. It was, to my recollection, there was limited data, if any, but most of the time it was, no, this won't happen, and yes, it will. So we've got a conflict there. And I don't think at that point with something this grave and this serious that we should be injecting ourselves for something where you don't have a clear mandate. And I didn't have a clear mandate. Lastly, I'll state that, I support the right of workers to collectively bargain, to negotiate. I don't want to be doing the work of the union. Okay. We heard examples of unions who maintain strike funds, which to me, in my layman's, terms, call that an insurance policy, a self-funded insurance policy against the strike. And so I think if the parties are sincere about wanting to be paid when on strike, they shouldn't be looking at the unemployment insurance fund, which comes from employers, which comes from consumers, which could potentially drive up those rates. They should be self-funding this. If it's that important, those dues should include an adequate amount to support those people, support the people who are going on strike for a certain amount of time. If part of that is the conviction, and I think we've taken some of the skin out of the game by putting the taxpayer and the consumer, somebody who has no party in that argument, in the disagreement. None. So labor and management have had disputes for centuries, and they've worked it out. In some cases, they don't work it out, and there's a strike, or the employer goes out of business. There's a number of different scenarios that can happen, but this is not new. Strikes there have been disagreements between labor and management for centuries, not strikes. And so I want to recognize, I think we need to put this back in the hands of labor and management to work it out. And they should be responsible for their own best interests. And I encourage, labor to negotiate for every last penny that makes sense, and get what you're worth. Go out and get what you're worth. I'm not holding that against anybody, but I don't want to be determining your worth, and I don't want to be put in the position of having to negotiate on behalf of the union. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So in conclusion, there are just a couple of things. I will not respond because I think that's not appropriate. We've had much discussion on it, and many of the things that I would say right now, I've already said today. There is one thing, though, that I do want to correct for the record, because I was present at the press conference with Senator Looney and I believe the quote that or the words that you're referring to were either taken out of context or misquoted, because what I heard Senator Looney say that we wouldn't be necessarily doing this if in fact these workers at Amazon were unionized. It is a huge employer in our state. There's no question about it. And it has been a focus. People have called this the Amazon bill, although we've been very clear that we are not targeting Amazon. We're targeting a practice of quota-based performance reviews that result in often, in our opinion, and obviously there's others on this committee that might dispute this, but that result in injury and often result in other aspects of labor statutes not being at the disposal of the workers as they're intended to be. But what Senator Looney said is that if the workers at Amazon had a union, they probably would have negotiated controls, work conditions, practices that would not have made it necessary to propose this bill. What we're doing isn't because we're trying to organize the Amazon workers. I don't think that anyone believes that this bill or this statute is going to lead to the organizing of Amazon. But in the absence of job protections, worker protections, and a collective bargaining agreement that would likely be there like they are in the auto industry, which, by the way, was an incredibly dangerous industry until the workers unionized and did something about it through collective bargaining. Many other industries, the mining industry. I mean, there's so many industries in our countries that have a history of having been extremely dangerous workplace where there was a high rate of injury. And oftentimes workers through collective bargaining, through organizing, improved the working conditions in their work site. But there's also times when they haven't organized, like the times we're living in. And by the way, having organized workers and done that in my lifetime, there are so many obstacles placed by the government, by law, against the ability to unionize, even today, where you don't have a National Labor Relations Board to enforce the law because the chairman was fired. Never has that happened in the history of our country. Has the chairman of the National Labor Relations Board been fired? I don't even believe it's legally that it was done legally, because there are statutes that tell you how someone is appointed and for what term they have without the authority of the president to fire them. But right now, regardless of whether or not that person was appropriately fired or legally fired, there's nobody to enforce labor law today. I mean, right now, you cannot get, if you bring a charge against your employer for a violation of labor, the collective bargaining laws, you can't get it heard. You can't get it adjudicated in Washington because there's no labor board, basically. There's no quorum. So, you know, I know I didn't intend to get off on this tangent, but I think the obstacles that face workers when they're trying to organize are enormous. Getting a violation of law adjudicated when you've been fired illegally, it takes years of process in the National Labor Relations Board. I don't think Senator Looney was saying this bill is being proposed to organize these workers. It's being proposed to protect them because we believe these conditions are dangerous and these protections need to be in place. And that, in fact, I think what Senator Looney was saying, if they had a union, they probably would have already accomplished a lot of what we're trying to do here in the regulation of quotas. So I just wanted to be clear. I think you might have misunderstood his words. Absolutely, you can respond, because I was responding directly to you. So
And if there's video of it and tape of it, so I will go back to the tape and be clear with exactly what was said. I'm telling you what I heard, but I agree with you. I will be corrected if need be.
And you know, and I've been in front of the cameras a lot, more than I'd like to be, because I don't love doing that. But I think sometimes too, we use shorthand when we are in front of the cameras. I can only tell you what I believe to be in his mind and in his heart from the conversations, many conversations I've had with him, but also from what I know, which is why I explained where I'm coming from on this. And as chairman of this committee, I feel that, or as chairperson, I should say, I feel like, you know, to me, and this is why I didn't agree with all of the characterizations have been made. I'm not sure they're accurate. I don't think they're relevant necessarily, even when we decide whether or not to pass a law that would provide access to unemployment. What I believe is the reason why I firmly believe we should do it is because I believe this not doing so really obstructs the ability of a worker to exercise their federal rights. And that's sort of the bottom line for me, especially in this environment where we are today. So you know, I'm not trying to debate. It really, I rarely do this, as you know. You've been on this committee with me for a number of years. I rarely do this, but I did feel like in this moment that we're in, that sometimes we have to say what's in our heart and minds, even when we know we have the votes. You know, it's just, it's important because we're human beings and we're having a discussion, a real discussion. So I appreciate the fact that you raised your objections to the bill, and there were a few things I wanted to say in response. But I think we have talked about this for a long time, and I see no other hands. I would suggest then, if there's no objection, we'll ask for a roll call.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 8, Senate Bill 8, an act concerning protections for workers and enhancements to workers' rights. This is a motion to JF this bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Hughes votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Master Francesco.
Master Francesco, no.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And as I mentioned earlier, votes will be held open at the end of this meeting. We'll determine for how long. Next item on the agenda is item number 9, House Bill number 6904, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and as we discussed at the outset of the discussion around Senate Bill 8, I believe all of the conversation has been had, and so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on Agenda Item 9, House Bill 6904, an act concerning unemployment benefits for striking workers. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Master Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. Next item on the agenda is item number 10, House Bill number 6907, an act concerning the use of quotas by warehouse distribution centers, and this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 10, House Bill 6907, an act concerning the use of quotas by warehouse distribution centers. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson. Senator Sampson. Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Master Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll be holding votes open. Item number 11 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1254, an act establishing additional protections for warehouse workers, and this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no hands, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Senate Bill 1254, an act establishing additional protections for warehouse workers. This is a motion to JF this bill to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Master Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have quite a few bills left on our agenda for today, but I think there's agreement that we should take a brief recess. It will allow some of us to vote in other committees, but also it will allow our clerk the opportunity to upload our actions on the vote to draft bills, which must be done this afternoon. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Let's round it off to saying we'll be back at 3:30.
Hello, Representative Hall.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right. We're temporarily recessed and taking votes on the votes to draft. It was all voice votes except for agenda item 3, House Bill 5607, an act concerning the subminimum wage for persons with disabilities.
Yes.
And the other one would be agenda item 5, House Bill 6409, an act concerning undue delay in workers' compensation claims.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative.
Sounds good. Recess, or did they give a time for recess?
Recessed, yes. These votes have to be uploaded by 5.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am reconvening the meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. And I do want to announce that all members of the committee have voted on the first 7 items. And so we will be closing the votes on the first 7 items, which will allow our clerk to upload that information into the system prior to today's deadline. And we will reconvene in 1 minute to take up committee bills. Okay, back on the record. We're going to move on to item number 12 on our agenda, Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to Connecticut Retirement Security Program. And this is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So second.
It's been moved and seconded. Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as a new member on this committee, I just wanted to kind of wrap my head around how the MyCT Savings program works. Just kind of get a feeling for what's involved in it. So we just start off with just a brief overview of the MyCT Savings program, how individuals are enrolled, what companies are required to participate in this. Yeah.
Certainly. MyCT Savings is a program that was set up a few years ago. Employers of a certain size, and I am looking for my bill and it doesn't appear to be in front of me. Here it is. I got it. An employer is required to provide information on employees to the comptroller's office, and qualified employer is an employer who doesn't, and you can see this in the statute, it's not being changed in many regards. As it currently stands, it's someone who has doesn't have a retirement plan in place, a 401k or any other retirement plan in place. And then we would be modifying that in this bill to also include PCAs, personal care attendants, and otherwise a covered employee has to be employed by an employer for a period of not less than 120 days. They have to be 19 years of age or older. Those are the main parts of it. Any other questions about that? Hold on 1 second. I was going to get you. I know there's a size of the employer, I believe, in here too. It includes employers with 5 or more employees.
Thank you. And when an employer is required, when they're a covered employer under MyCT Savings, whose responsibility is it to give notice to the employee that they've been automatically enrolled? Is it the state or is it the employer?
I believe they get a notice from the state.
Thank you. And
We've had a lot of testimony on this in the past, and I apologize because I am not an expert on the MyCT Savings, although we do have experts available, so we could certainly ask them if you need questions answered before being able to vote on this bill. But we have had a lot of testimony over the years on this bill, and essentially, you know, these are things that you can get through OLR if I don't have the answer today.
I appreciate that. Yes, I'm not an expert either, which is why I'm asking these questions. And let's see. So are individuals, when they're paying into a MyCT Savings account, are they paying into their own personal account, or is this fund paid into a broader fund like Social Security?
The comptroller's office maintains individual accounts for each employee. They're not pooled.
Thank you. And when an individual is enrolled in the account, how is their contribution rate chosen? Does their employer say to them, listen, this is a 3% rate, you can choose whatever you want, or is it the state that has to give them that?
An employee can elect to put in any amount. If they don't elect an amount and they don't opt out, then there would be an amount set. And I believe that's already set in statute, that amount. And that's one of the items we're seeking to change today.
Correct. And if an employer, for whatever reason, fails to acknowledge or to educate an individual that they're in the MyCT Savings program, that they're automatically having this amount taken out, is that individual who had money taken out of their paycheck eligible to receive that money back without a penalty?
The employee can at any time opt out, but they don't get their money back.
And let's say I have my CT savings program and I put money into it for, let's say 10 years and I end up wanting to take it out a little bit early, like with the 401k, you would pay a penalty. Is there any option for that?
I believe there is.
Okay, thank you. So getting into what this bill does, first we have the automatic annual increases where an individual would start at 3% of their base as their base contribution, and then if they don't elect a contribution level, it would automatically increase 1% per year up to 15% of a worker's paycheck. So I was just wondering why that is being included in this bill today.
And do you want to point to the line?
Yes. Let's see. Not sure if this is the correct one. It would be line 130, implement the provisions of section 414A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Or am I off there?
So that reference is reference to the current provisions of federal law. That's a reference to IRS codes.
Okay. I'm not sure exactly where it is in here. I have in a summary I've been provided that it would increase automatically increase that contribution 1% every year up to 15%. If a contribution level has not been chosen, can OLR clarify whether that's correct?
Yeah, so that's the reference to federal law. That's what it says in federal law.
And
Yes.
okay. Yeah, so I was just wondering why that is included in this tag.
We included that because we think that employees should, that is the best guide for what employees should be putting into their 401ks, that it is a guide that's established based on what it would take to provide a decent retirement.
Okay, I just have some concerns with it stepping up to 15%. I mean, that seems pretty high to me. 15% of a worker's paycheck, especially if they might not understand this program, might not understand why it's increasing. Is there anyone at My CT Savings who ends up reaching out to an employee to notify them that this is why their rate is going up? Is there any effort at the state level to communicate that to an employee?
I believe that it would be on the employee if they want to ask questions about this, they could call the comptroller's office.
Thank you for that. Yeah, no, again, to me, 15% just seems very excessive. And then this covers PCAs and includes patients as covered employers. So as defined in this statute, what is a PCA? Would it include just simply employees hired by that patient? Or let's say if a family member is providing services, but the family member being taken care of for is providing them a little bit of compensation back. I mean, how are we defining PCA here?
This PCA references other statutes that we have that recognize conditions under which we have legislated conditions for PCA. So it would be the same PCAs that are covered under other aspects of our law.
Thank you. And I see here that a covered, a patient that would have to withhold money for My CT Savings for their PCA would have to do it if they are federally. I just want to make sure I get the verbiage right.
Which line are you referring to?
One moment. Let's see if they are part of a state funded program, I think it was.
Do you have the line reference?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, 55 and 56. PCA under a state funded program. So would this would not apply, I'm guessing, to an individual who is hiring a PCA through their private health insurance or out of pocket?
As previously mentioned, we're talking about the PCAs that are part of this state program. And just for your information, the PCAs, the consumer is the employer in the case, and that's the way we've defined it in law. However, there is a fiscal, there's a fiduciary, a fiscal intermediary that actually runs the payroll for all of the people who qualify for this program, for all of the consumers that are employers. So they actually aren't paying out of their own pocket the wages to the employee or any of the other taxes that are required. It's done through this fiscal intermediary.
Thank you for that. And so in the case that, you know, a PCA was not having their wages taken out, would it be the fiscal intermediary or the patient that would be ultimately responsible to pay any fines that are levied?
I believe that everything with regard to the personal care attendants is done through the fiscal intermediary.
Thank you for that, because I have some concerns of, you know, if an individual has Alzheimer's or some other type of dementia that they can't really fully understand this, that no matter how many notices we give them, it would not be fair to fine them for not complying with this. Then we go on to creating Savers Matchers accounts, delineating penalties. So is there any way for an employer to appeal this fine if they believe that they were improperly charged, maybe due to an error within the comptroller's office? You know, I can see a situation where wires get crossed and a comptroller's office official might have received notice that an employee is no longer working for that company, but papers get lost and it ends up happening where comptroller's office believes that someone is still in the MyCT savings program. They have moved on from that employment, and a erroneous fine is sent out. Is there any way for these to be appealed?
I do believe so. Give me a minute. I believe this, yes. The Office of the State Controller would adopt an appeals process.
Thank you. And then just finally, for my own edification, what if initially, you know, an employer is required to provide MyCT savings and they end up participating in one of these retirement programs that would then make them not mandatory, not mandated to propose or to have this program. So let's say they had MyCT savings, then they get a nice 401k program that they offer. Would they still be required to provide MyCT savings for all new employees, or would they only have to contribute for the ones who were in once
I
they were
believe once an
covered?
employer, if an employer is no longer, a qualified employer no longer meets that standard where they, because they have a 401k, they would no longer be required to participate in MyCT savings.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I definitely have some concerns here with stepping it up to 15%, especially if an individual might not really understand what's going on here. Just covering the PCAs, I just want to make sure that we are not wrongly penalizing individuals who are under severe levels of care and might have some severe cognitive or physical issues. And then the fines, I just want to make sure that there's an opportunity for individuals who, if they believe this was improperly incurred, because I know that there are multiple notices given before a fine actually comes, but just in case there's something, you know, wires get crossed, I want there to be a situation where an individual can contest these. So I appreciate the answers from the good Madam Chair, and I look forward to the rest of the debate.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have just maybe one quick question for clarification when you were discussing with Rep. Canino. In Human Services the other day, they actually, I believe it was voted on a bill that paid wages or stipend kind of to personal care attendants for their spouses. And that word personal care attendant came up and I was questioning it. Would they be required if they're enrolled in a program here in Connecticut, we are paying them to care for their spouses? Because as now we do that for siblings or children to care for their parents, they do get some sort of payment. Would they qualify for this too? Would they fall under this? Because I see the new word in here, personal care attendants. So I'm not really sure.
Sorry. The reference to personal care attendants in this proposed bill does reference our personal care attendants that are under the state funded program. So these are, and there are thousands of such people employed by their consumers, but they are grouped together for purposes of payroll through the fiscal intermediary that I mentioned. They also have collective bargaining rights, and they have bargained their contracts with the state essentially, and the fiscal intermediary. But it is an arrangement that has been in law here in the state for a number of years.
Okay, so we are adding them to this particular plan that they will be required to participate, and it's an opt-out, not an
Cor-
opt-in.
Correct. So the union representing the personal care attendants who negotiates for them in and their benefits, health benefits, wages, other conditions, have advised us, and there was testimony about this from PCAs, that they don't have a retirement plan. They don't have any form of pension through the state or through the fiscal intermediary that negotiates on behalf of, well, the fiscal intermediary doesn't negotiate, but the state basically says what the terms are for these personal care attendants. Because they don't have a pension plan, we're saying for purposes of my CT savings, they would be qualified to participate. They would have the same option to opt out as any other employee of an employer that doesn't have a retirement plan.
Thank you. And this program, familiar with it, is purely an opt-out program, correct?
That is correct.
If someone already has a pension plan through another employer, or maybe they're retired, maybe working again, and they have one, they would automatically be enrolled in until they absolutely opt out of it. Is that correct?
They would be included unless they opt out.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other Representative Weir?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I read through through most of the bill, and this is, significantly different than, I think this is different than what we discussed last year, but I'll just make some general statements, and part of which I have been in touch with the comptroller's office and was assured that I'd see some language on this, but at any rate, currently the comptroller's office serves many different purposes, and I think what we've heard in testimony was that a lot of these people are not eligible, or what I thought I heard was that these people are not eligible to this is an easy way for them to save. And anybody in this room, regardless of employment status, you can create an account with any number of private firms that have a fiduciary to the consumer, not going through the comptroller's office. So I think the stats were last year, $21 million under management with the comptroller's office. And let's just be generous, and I'll say it's 25 million under management. Fidelity manages hundreds of billions, if not trillions. If I used Fidelity as one, I'm not endorsing. Going to put a disclaimer, but there are financial management firms such as Fidelity, where you can log in, create an account, have money taken automatically out of your account, with a higher rate of return, lower cost, and I just holistically, don't think that the government belongs in this business, particularly when it's an opt-out. Again, these people are automatically enrolled. That we had the statistics from last year showed that let me find basically a $400,000 from OLR, $450,000 deficit that the comptroller's office is running. And I just think adding on these burdens, I think we're trying to do too much with government, where it doesn't, in this case, not always, but in this case, it's kind of out of its league. $25 million. I'll say personally, that's a lot of money for me. But as judged by the financial markets, which are measured in billions and trillions, this is a very, it's a lot to take on. And so I'm concerned that we're trying to grow the comptroller's office and just trying to do too much when there are already private investment firms that do perform much better, easy to use, and aren't kind of stretching, I think, the duties and kind of expanding the duties of the comptroller and of our state government. So I'll be a no on this. As you know where I stand on that, but if they were performing well, the returns are very low. You could, as we determined last year, you could achieve almost as much with a savings account at your bank. They're low risk, which is great. low risk investments, but so is the bank. And so I just think the comptroller's in the wrong business. He and I have spoken about this. It's a difference of opinion and how we look at things, but yeah, I can't support this today, but thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I, obviously feel that the research that supports the fact that people are more likely to save and save more for retirement if it's taken out of their paychecks is well established. And I think this program is doing well. I think it will do better as it grows and as people become more aware of it. Hopefully we'll have more and more enrollments. I do think this bill moves us forward in a number of areas in terms of providing notice to the employer and a real procedure for noncompliance that I think is improved over previous years. So with that, if I see no other comments, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 12, Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
No,
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And we will be holding votes open, and we will announce the time at when the meeting and the votes will close later this evening after we finish our agenda. Next item on the agenda is House Bill 6844, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. This will be a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill would prohibit using an award of a permanent partial disability from workers' comp against as an offset to a pension. Are there any comments or discussion? Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we heard a lot of testimony on this bill, a lot of very moving testimony about some of these stories. And don't get me wrong, this is a very, very tough issue. I guess the centrality of this is what is considered a benefit versus wages, and what is the role of this body in engaging in what may be a collective bargaining situation. So, Madam Chair, I just would like to ask: is this pension, this PPD offset, is this something that can be negotiated at the town level, where an individual who's upset that their employee is offsetting the PPD from their pension, can they go to the bargaining table and say, listen, we don't want this to be offset anymore. Let's make a deal here.
Yes.
Then that really comes to the crux of the issue for me, is that while I might believe that personally that it is wrong for a municipality to do that, it is not our job to do union negotiation for them. That is what this situation is for. That is what the collective bargaining process is here for. And it might all be well and good of what I think is right or wrong at the end of the day, but good public policy should, in my opinion, should be more of a referee rather than taking the side of an individual entity in this case. I really do see the argument that this is a benefit, that it's not wages. And I think it was likened at one point during the public hearing, although I might be mistaken, that's like if the employer found out that you won the lottery and said, oh, well, you got enough money, we're not going to give you a pension. I might really think that is wrong, but I don't believe that it is the right of this body to get into a negotiation and say, listen, we know better than you. We are going to negotiate for you in terms of the municipality. I just think that's wrong, and I can't support this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand your position. I obviously, we feel very strongly that this is an award for a permanent partial disability that somebody has sustained on the job. And we do a lot in this committee and in this building to set criteria for how laws are enforced and how laws you know, how benefits are required, including workers' compensation. And when we determine that an employee or a person has been permanently partially disabled, and there's an award that's been provided through workers' comp, the position we're taking here is saying that award cannot be interpreted as wages. And so I think that's the essence of what we're doing here. And I do think it's within our cognizance to do that. I appreciate you don't agree, but for just purposes of explanation, I think that's why we're doing it. So seeing no other, Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. Representative Canino covered some of my concerns with the bill. I recognize I've had coworkers who were subject to this type of agreement and struggled with many of the things we're talking about in terms of having part of their pension, having their pension lowered as a result of a disability. And in every situation, you know, it's personal. It's you know, I'm not unsympathetic to that. On the other hand, we hear time and time again from our municipalities that we represent, that we go home to. You know, I hear from my first selectman. I don't have any mayors in my district, but town managers, from our boards of ed, from our you know, boards of selectmen, whatever it is in your town, the town council. We hear, please, no unfunded mandates. And essentially that's what this is, what this becomes, is we've limited, you know, for the cognizance of this committee, where we welcome and embrace the collective bargaining process. I think that works both ways, in that, you know, I don't think we would support action taken against, or if we limited the amount that labor or an employee could negotiate, we wouldn't take a side there. And in this case, I think we are essentially telling a municipality that they cannot negotiate in a collective bargaining environment. I think we're overstepping. And I do agree that in some cases this does not benefit the end result to the recipient is not always positive. However, if we're respecting the collective bargaining process, then we should allow the two parties to negotiate in good faith together. If this is a sticking point, then yeah, I would think that this would be right towards the top of the list of one of the things. You know, I don't think it occurs terribly often, so maybe that's why it isn't at the top of the list. But you know, if it's important enough that it's being brought before this body, I think we should be leaving this to the individual cities and towns that, you know, the unfunded mandates that we hear with regard to education, to our public safety, to any number of services that our cities and towns offer. When we pass out of this building, we hear it, and this does not differ in terms of the end result to the town is a lack of ability to collectively bargain. So for that, I will not be able to support this today, because it goes against the process that we support, that is so often supported in this committee. Thank you.
I feel, thank you for those comments. I do want to point out that this is the exception rather than rule. But I think based on what you said, what you're arguing, one could interpret that to mean that all of workers' comp is an unfunded mandate. And it is. We say every town has to live up to a certain standard of providing for workers when they're injured on the job. And we have a workers' comp system to do that. What we're saying here is that someone cannot bargain away the right of an employee who's been permanently partially disabled from receiving that full award. And if we don't say that and we allow someone to bargain it away, or not bargain for it, or not have the bargaining power to establish it, I think that's a mistake. I think we're taking a position here that we set up rules for workers' comp. We have said that if you are injured in a certain way on the job and you're awarded payment for that permanent loss of a part of your body, that that employee is entitled to that award, and shouldn't have to pay it out as a payout from their pension. So, I know we disagree on this, but I hope you'll give it more thought, because I do think it's a very fundamental right that employees have when we set up a system of workers' compensation, that they should be able to receive the compensation that we set out in law, without having to bargain it away as part of their pension. So we just don't agree, but maybe we'll get there.
May I?
Sure.
And I don't want to go tit for tat on that, but you mentioned not allowing one party to bargain away the rights or the benefits for an employee. But so often in here, we encourage and we encourage and we support collective bargaining. And so in this case, we're saying, the message I'm hearing is we don't trust the union to bargain effectively on behalf of its members. I think that's and I'm not putting your words in your mouth, but if we're taking away bargaining rights from the union, I think that could cut both ways. And we really advocate for the right of people to collectively bargain, and that works on both sides. And so I think that by removing that, there could be another situation down the road where, this could not work. This could work out not so well. So I'm going to be cautious, but thank you for allowing me to respond.
Certainly. And I want to be clear. I have the utmost respect, especially for our firefighters unions who have been advocating for this. And I think that their frustration has been that it's not been possible to secure this right for every worker who is permanently partially disabled. And so it is not through the weakness of the union or that the union isn't, representing its workers to its fullest or best. I think that's why they brought it here to our attention. But I'm saying this weakens the workers' comp system, that people who go to work in dangerous jobs, they should understand that if there's an award that is issued by workers' comp from a permanent partial disability, that award cannot be taken away from them. Not through negotiations, not through in any situation where there might not be collective bargaining rights. That's an award that we've determined under state statute. We have a workers' comp system. We've empowered workers' comp judges to make determinations on when somebody has been permanently partially disabled, and they make awards in those situations, and that the workers should be fully expect, if that happens to them on the job, that they're not going to lose that because they also have a pension that has not clearly separated that out and would allow that pension offset. So I hope we can reach agreement, because I know you really care about firefighters. I've seen you say that many, many times, and I appreciate that. I think we all do. And we know that the service they do goes way and above what so many of us are asked to do. And so for me, this is an acknowledgement that we're making sure they're taken care of if they have a permanent partial disability on the job. So, but thank you I know we're going to have continued conversations about this. Thank you for your comments. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 13, House Bill 6844, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yeah.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. Item number 14 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1219, an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud. This is a JF floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill would increase the amount the threshold for determination that someone's unemployment compensation fraud is a misdemeanor or a felony, it would raise that level from $500 to $2,000. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know we've seen this bill at least past 2 years, as far as I know. That's how long my history goes back here. And, some of the testimony we've heard in the past was that the limits in this particular case are low, and they've not, as inflation has come up and prices have changed over the years. This is one set of penalties that's been it's been a lower threshold for somebody to be charged with. And if I'm articulating myself, but bottom line is by raising this, that we would more or less put the fines in line with the times, and it would fall in line with some of the other penalties, and so, or the thresholds, I'm sorry. I think we've had examples recently, we've read in the newspaper, and it happens from time to time, and this is nothing new. It's gone on since the beginning of time. You've got people who commit fraud, both in the public sector, private sector. It doesn't matter. It exists, and that there have to be penalties for that. And I think, which this doesn't obviously address the penalty. I guess what I want to make sure that we're not doing is, although I acknowledge this threshold may be not in line with the other thresholds, the actions taken here are not by accident. This person has been found to commit fraud. This wasn't an accidental failure to report, an overpayment. This was an act of fraud. And so I think this group, our body, would be sending a bad message by acknowledging that even a little bit of fraud is okay. And so for that reason, I will be a no today. I know that it's a move forward out of this committee the past 2 years. But I want to make sure that we're sending the message of accountability, whether it's, $500 or $2,000. It's willful, it's deliberate, not accidental, mind you. I want to make that distinction. But I will not be in support of this today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I do want to point out that the law currently provides, it addresses fraud in the same way, whether it's a misdemeanor fraud or a felony fraud, in terms of it is knowingly making a false statement or representation or failing to disclose a material fact to obtain, increase, prevent, or decrease an unemployment benefit, contribution, or other payment. What has changed over the years is people's wages have gone up considerably, and so has unemployment. And so what might have been in the past, when this was first set at $500, it might have seemed like $500 was 2 weeks of unemployment. Today, that might not even be 1 week of unemployment. And I think what we need to take into account is that a person who files for unemployment, is on unemployment, and then gets a job, but isn't getting paid for a month, they often think they're entitled still to the unemployment because they haven't gotten paid during that month. And that has happened, it has happened. And regardless of whether or not they're right or wrong, that is considered fraud. And there is a penalty that is assessed by unemployment. They are required to make up repay the money, and they're not allowed to apply for benefits for a period of time. All of that would still apply whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. The difference between being a misdemeanor and a felony is that if you're convicted of a felony, it's punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a fine of $5,000. Whereas if it's a misdemeanor, it's punishable by 364 days in prison and a fine of $2,000. So I think in adjusting the threshold, we're not saying this isn't fraud, because it's fraud even when it's $1. What we're saying is that we should adjust based on the times. This hasn't been raised for decades. And so wages have gone up considerably, so has a week of unemployment. And so someone who might have in the past filed and received a week of unemployment, and it would have been considered a misdemeanor. Today, it's considered a felony. So it's always fraud. It's a question of whether we think that we should adjust the threshold based on the time that has passed since this was first put in place. So I hope that clarifies a little bit of my perspective on it. And hopefully we can get to a point of agreement on this. Maybe not today, but maybe in future days. Any other comments? Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. When we talk about raising from 500 to 2,000, is that for a week or the entire amount that's collected?
It's the entire amount. So if somebody was out for, let's say they were receiving, I think the maximum amount today might be 700 roughly dollars a week that you would receive in unemployment. And let's say you weren't going to be paid for a month and you thought you were entitled to that. You would owe more than you would owe then roughly 20, it could be as much as $2,800. You're going to be required to pay it back. I just want to be clear. You're not off the hook. You got to pay it back, and there are penalties that you will then face. The question and the penalties is the question we're raising here is when should it be a misdemeanor and when should it be a felony?
Would this change at all? I know during the pandemic, people were on unemployment for quite a long time. Would this change the outcome of any of those investigations that are currently going on to you?
It might, but I would say that the investigations of fraud that occurred during the pandemic were much bigger than that. They were really, there was organized crime involved in obtaining unemployment benefits that they were not due. And I don't think that this would, I think those are much bigger proportion. And I think we would all agree that those folks should be found and prosecuted.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment that obviously it's still a crime and they are paying the money back. I always worry when we weaken the penalty, I guess. Doesn't seem much like a deterrent. I think that we've done a lot of that in the state. And I don't think it's really helped. So I'm going to be a no today, but I certainly appreciate what you're trying to accomplish here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I share all of the same concerns over deterrence and over making sure that there are adequate penalties for this type of behavior. I think it's no surprise to anyone that Connecticut is one of the most lenient states in the country when it comes to punishing people who break our laws, but that is for a different committee. My point I wanted to make with a question is, was it ever considered to instead require the Department of Labor or to provide education to individuals who are receiving unemployment funds that they cannot receive unemployment once they've gotten the job? So during that little gap, was it considered to, instead of change the penalty here, require some education so that that person understands what is fraud and what isn't?
I believe, I'm confident that the requirements to receive unemployment are written out and published, and yet I think most people, myself included, when we say, do you agree to everything above before you can go on to the next step on your app? I don't read all of that, and I'm sure most people don't. So it's possible that someone, if we started an education program, and we're talking about, I don't know how many people do this, but if you're going to I don't know how many people have been, found guilty of a fraudulent case and are facing felony. But if we started to do an education program in unemployment, I believe there would be a pretty big fiscal note on it. We find it very difficult in the Department of Labor. We don't have enough people basically to do the work they're required to do right now. If we were to add an education component, I think we'd have a hard time with it. Even something as simple as advising domestic workers to what their rights are. The Department of Labor was happy to collaborate with those organizations because it would have cost far more if we had done it by an education program through the Department of Labor.
I definitely appreciate that answer. And I guess I would say, well, if it is already being communicated in one of those things that you sign, and yes, I too, sign up for the Apple terms and maybe don't read through all of them, but I do think it's different when you're accepting money from the government, knowing that if there's any improper use of those funds, that there could be penalties for it. So it really is the personal responsibility of the individual to make sure that they are complying. I just really don't think that it's the right message to send to the people of Connecticut that we're taking it a little bit easier on this. I think this is a very serious issue and I can't support this today. So thank you very much for the responses.
Thank you. Any other comments or, okay, seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 14, Senate Bill 1219, an act increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier. Yes. Representative Master Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open and we'll take a short recess. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. And we are on item number 15. And I understand that Representative, it's been moved and seconded. And I understand Representative, I believe it was moved second. Did we move in second? Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, going back on the record. Item number 15, Senate Bill number 1222, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees, and it's a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded, and as there, I understand from Representative Ware that members of the committee would like to make comments. Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we saw this bill last year and completely recognized the intent. Couple years ago, we passed a similar bill to include telecommunicators, the dispatchers in the act of responding into an emergency situation. What this bill does, and where we feel it has a very similar intent, but where we feel that it could be improved upon, and we will continue to talk upon this, in section 4, I guess, subsection 4, lines 33 through 35. As I read that, that would cover an employee who happens to be on call, but who may be running groceries to the grocery store or going to the mall. And so if a person happens to be on call but is running personal errands, as I read that, that employee would be covered under this bill, which I don't think is the intent. I don't think anybody would expect that somebody going to run, going to the grocery store while on call would be subject to compensation. Section 2, the next couple lines down, 35 through 37, what we believe the intent of the bill is for the plow truck driver or the line, somebody in the Public Works Department who's on call and responding to, so the person's at home, the roads need to be plowed, that plow driver gets called in to go to the plow truck, and driving from home to the plow truck has a crash. We believe that's the intention of the bill, is to cover that person while they're responding, not while running errands, personally while happening to be on call. So we will submit some, I try to continue to talk about this language. For today, I cannot support it as is, but I can speak personally, and I know we spoke as a caucus this morning, that under those circumstances, we want those people to be treated they're responding on behalf of a need for the town or municipality. We want them to be covered, but we believe this, as it's written, is too broad and may miss the mark a little bit from the intention. So
Thank you for those comments. And I appreciate that. We will continue to, I believe we'll JF this today and continue to have conversations if there's a way to address the concern you raise about people running personal errands and getting into an accident. I don't think that is the intent. And we'll continue to talk about it. But for today, I believe we intend to JF it to the floor. Any other comments, Representative Panino?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And so starting on line 33, it states that the coverage is triggered when such employee is subject to emergency calls while off duty. And I'm just trying to wrap my head around what that means. So does that mean they're subject to this coverage while they are responding to an emergency call? Or does that just mean that if for one day during the calendar year they are subject to an emergency call, then anytime throughout the rest of the calendar year while they are on duty, while they're driving to and from duty, that they would be subject to this coverage?
Yes, I got a little lost in that.
No
question.
worries. Yeah, so it says this coverage is triggered when such employee is subject to emergency calls while off duty. So does this portal-to-portal coverage apply in that scenario only when that person is driving to and from an emergency call? Or is it subject to that person throughout their entire employment because they may or may not be subject?
I think I understand your question now. I think what you're saying is because an employee may be at times on call, are they always covered even when they're not on call?
Yes.
And the answer to that is no. Okay. This is intended to cover people when they're on call during an emergency. I don't believe it's intended to cover someone all year round because they are an on-call employee at times.
Thank you. Yes, that answers my question, although unfortunately I will have to oppose this legislation today for the remarks for the reasons that were brought up by my colleague, Representative Weir. Just due to the broadness of this legislation, I really think it has some more work to do, but look forward to future conversations. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 15, Senate Bill 1222, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding votes open. Item number 16 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1037, an act increasing the per diem rates for members of the State Board of Labor Relations. And this is a JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 5963. You should all have copies.
Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. Thank you for keeping me on task. And I'm just pulling up the bill because the reason it's JFS is that we added certain additional folks to the per diem rate. So it increases the per diem rate for regular and alternate members of the State Board of Labor Relations from $150 to $300 per day, which I believe has been stated before, but just to remind folks, is it brings them to parity with other employees other people who are working on a per diem basis. I believe it's for the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration. But we took it as, that was the original bill. The S language increases members compensation for the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration members in the amount of each panel member would receive at the end of the proceedings from $300 to $200, $325 to $500 under current law, and the additional amount that a panel member receives for preparing a written decision from $500 to $1,000. So in other words, the amount that a panel member receives at the end of the proceedings would go from $325 to $500. The amount a panel member receives in preparing a written decision goes from $500 to $1,000. For proceedings that use only a single member, it increases the amount that the member receives from $325 to $500. The bill also increases the amount each panel member receives at the end of an executive panel session from $200 to $300, and if the proceedings last longer than a day, from $325 to $500. Proceedings cannot last longer than 2 days without the Labor Commissioner's prior approval for each additional day. The S language adds the provisions increasing compensation of the Board of Mediation and Arbitration. So essentially it doesn't change the per diem rate, but all these other it stays at 300, but the other operations that these panel members go through are increased. And I think it was brought to our attention that when the testimony had been completed on the original increasing of the per diem rate for the State Board of Labor Relations, that we had similar problems in the State Board of Mediation where we hadn't increased rates for a very long time. So just to be clear, there will be a fiscal note on it. However, what we've been advised, and of course this is not official, and when we won't know until we get the fiscal note from OFA, or could we get the OFA, right? But we've been told it'll be somewhere around $80,000 or $90,000 in total. That these aren't occurrences that are happening every day. Representative Weir.
Madam Chair, can you repeat the LCO number? I think I may
Sure.
have the JF language.
The LCO number is 5963. Let me just
Thank
make sure I have that correct.
Thank you. I have the JF, unfortunately. Okay, I'll try to get up to speed here.
Okay. And do you have the summary, right? The JF summary? It's articulated there, what the S language does and what those amounts are, so you have it. Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 16, Senate Bill 1037, an act increasing the per diem rate for members of the State Board of Labor Relations. This is a motion to JFS to the floor and the relevant LCO is 5963. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding votes open. The next item on our agenda is item number 17, House Bill number 7046, an act making revisions to the Second Injury Fund. This is a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We had some discussion about this bill when we first entertained it. Essentially, this is a technical revision that was suggested to us by the treasurer. And it defines the tortfeasor as a third party that was liable in tort for an injury to an employee and requires that the credited recoveries be actual. So any comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the vote.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 17, House Bill 7046, an act making revisions to the Second Injury Fund. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open and moving on to item number 18, Senate Bill number 1426, an act making changes to the Firefighters Cancer Relief Program. And this is a JF to the floor.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Shake and seconded by Representative Hughes. That was fast. And this is we did have a thorough description of this bill in testimony that was provided at the public hearing. So I think we understand that the goal of this legislation, this proposed bill, is to ensure that firefighters who are suffering from cancer have access to the relief program that we set up a couple of years ago to ensure that they receive workers' comp-like benefits for certain cancers. It does, I note, include skin cancer, which had previously not been included, but it wasn't contemplated when we first discussed this bill, and I believe we always intended to include it. I thought the testimony on that was very compelling. So any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I agree with you on the everything you said, including the skin cancer and skin as the body's largest organ. There was some testimony, and from the public hearing, I'm a little bit foggy because there was a little bit of back and forth between the difference in language on personal injury and occupational therapy, occupational injury. I'll be all right. So I will be a no today to flag it just so I get clarity for myself, but I do wholeheartedly support the notion, and obviously we support where the intent of this bill. I just want to make sure that that has been clear, everybody's clear on changing that, that language. Appreciate it.
I appreciate those comments. I do want to, I had some thoughts and conversation about this after the public hearing, but I think we want to make sure in statute we're clear. And I don't think to suggest that cancer is an injury is, it doesn't fit. And I think the argument that we heard in the public hearing that we shouldn't say occupational illness was some thought that it might lead us to then make a claim in workers' comp. But I think this bill has, the original statute is very clear that this is an alternative to workers' comp. And so I think that getting the terminology correct is important, but I appreciate that we'll have continued conversation and opportunity to clarify anything you might need. Representative Master Francesco, you raised your hand first.
Thank
You
you.
were slow over there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did miss a little of this testimony, the public hearing, because I was in other committee meetings, but I'm wondering why the change was why the terminology changed from personal injury to occupational disease to you.
The testimony that we had on that was, I think it was just an oversight at the time we were drafting this. And I was involved in the drafting, and we had there was no controversy that was brought to us during the drafting that said, oh, be sure not to use that phrase. I think we just missed it. And then the folks that were looking at the revisions to make it clear and easier for people to apply, having had some experience now, felt that that the terminology should be correct. I don't think at the time we were drafting this, I'm not aware of anybody coming forward and saying we shouldn't make it occupational illness. Now, there was testimony that it might imply or at some point infer to workers' comp that there was some kind of presumption in workers' comp. The presumption that we have in this bill in statute is confined to this fund. And it is clearly a presumption. We determined that in these certain cancers, we were saying, we're not going to make you prove it was a cancer resulting from work, because in most cases you can't prove that.
Right.
And so I think that the reason it came back to us was because of the efforts that are being made to make sure that this is very clear.
Thank you. Yeah, it just, when I look at it, it just has two different meanings, right? Obviously with cancer, it's a disease. You know, when I look at the word personal injury, it reminds me of, you know, maybe a trip and fall type of thing or something. Changing the language in that, are we just actually clarifying it that it's for cancer? That's why we're changing. It does not have the same meaning as personal injury. Is that correct?
That is correct. We want to be clear that this is for cancer.
Yeah.
It's not, and was the reason for this whole fund to be established.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Canino.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is an issue that is very near and dear to my heart, so I'm glad to see this is on the agenda. And I just wanted to clear up some issues that were raised in testimony. My predecessors did a good job talking about the issue with occupational illness and personal injury, but I saw in the treasurer's testimony that there's a question over, does this legislation change the definition from municipality to municipal employer? And if so, if in that reference change, would firefighters under the CT Airport Authority or the Tweed New Haven Airport Authority still be covered under this?
Let me find the reference, but you're correct that this does clarify the process, which would allow state employed firefighters to also benefit from this fund.
Wonderful. And yes, I'm glad it was explained before that this is just a change, but from personal injury to occupational illness, because we don't want someone getting their case denied because a judge comes forward and says, well, cancer's not an injury, it's an illness. And if there's a need to clarify that further, I'd be happy to discuss that, but I will be supporting this today. I appreciate this being on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Annie. Excuse me. Any other comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 18, Senate Bill 1426, an act making changes to the firefighters cancer relief program. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be keeping votes open. Moving on to item number 19 on the agenda, House Bill number 6845, an act concerning hazard pensions for certain judicial employees, and this is a JF to the floor. It's been moved and seconded. This bill will allow certain investigators to earn service credit towards a hazardous duty pension under SERS for their service as investigators on or after October 1st, 2025. And it applies to investigators in the Division of Criminal Justice or Division of Public Defender Services and support service investigators in the Superior Court Support Enforcement Services. Any comments or questions? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 19, House Bill 6845, an act concerning hazard pensions for certain judicial employees. This is a motion to JF. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. Item number 20 on our agenda, an act as House Bill number 7045, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning labor. This is a JF to the floor. It's been
Second.
moved
Second.
and it's been seconded. These are technical changes that were determined by our Legislative Commissioner's office. Any questions or comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 20, House Bill 7045, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for minor and technical revisions to statutes concerning labor. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gauthier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will be holding votes open. Item number 21 on the agenda, Senate Bill number 1312, an act implementing the recommendations of the Labor Department, and this is a JF to the floor. It's been
Second.
moved and seconded. This bill changes the unemployed workers advocate position to full-time position in the state employee classified service. It reinstates a requirement for physicians and advanced practice registered nurses to report suspected occupational diseases to the Labor Department, and it makes certain technical changes to the labor statutes. Any questions or comments? Representative Canino.
So this piece of legislation reduces from 60 to 40 days the amount of time an employer can protest improper unemployment compensation. I was just, for the record, would like to understand what the impetus for this was. I heard, we had some testimony from the Department of Labor with how this impacts the time frame of the cases that they review. So I was just wondering if you could clarify that a little bit for me.
Yeah, I think that their view is that this would actually benefit employers because of the reporting time that it takes and the quarterly reports that they do. So I think there was no employer opposition to this bill. So, and I know that there are employer organizations that read each bill closely. So I assume that no one was disputing the fact that this would benefit everyone by making sure that it's in the same reporting order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting one for me because while I, do have concerns with reducing the amount of time an employer has to protest this, if there is no opposition from the employer community, that makes this interesting for me. So I'll look forward to the rest of the debate, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing no hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 21, Senate Bill 1312, an act implementing the recommendations of the Labor Department. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Yes.
Senator Cabrera?
Yes.
Representative Wilson?
Yes.
Senator Sampson? Representative Weir?
Yes.
Representative Hall? Representative Hughes?
Yes.
Senator Lesser? Representative Canino?
Yes.
Representative Gauthier? Yes. Representative Master Francesco?
No.
Representative Shake?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open. Moving on to item number 22, House Bill number 6956, an act concerning youth employment and training funds. This is a JF to the floor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This bill would require certain funds that are received by DOL to allocate for youth employment and training funds. It will require that they be allocated under a different methodology that would be based on the percentage of disadvantaged youth as defined in law, and also based on census status in each workforce development region. If under the new allocation method, a board's allocation would be reduced by more than 15% from the previous year, funding for the other boards must be proportionally reduced so that the board's reduction does not exceed 15%. So in other words, we've seen this Department of Labor is advocating that when we distribute funds for youth employment and training funds, that we take into account the distribution of disadvantaged youth based on the definition in federal law and based on the most recent census data. However, it protects boards from not having a reduction greater than 15% over the previous year. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a couple questions for clarification. When they talk about, I guess, the redistributing funds to coincide with federal definition of disadvantaged youth, is that correct? What exactly is that definition? What are the requirements to you?
I would have to ask if someone from OLR could, or LCO could look that up for us and then read it.
As defined in 29 USC 3162 B2.
And so now we're going to hear from our amazing LCO, Heather Reeves.
So disadvantaged youth is defined as an individual who is age 16 through 21 who received an income or is a member of a family that received a total family income that in relation to family size does not exceed the higher of the poverty line or 70% of the lower living standard income level.
Thank you for that answer. So through you, Madam Chair. So right now, these funds are not distributed based on disadvantaged youth, and it's not distributed based on income?
That's my understanding, that it's not using that particular formula.
It's not using that particular.
It says current law specifies the percentage that each board must receive, and it lays it out in statute to 32.5% to Capital Workforce Partners, 22.5% to the Workforce Alliance, 12.5% to the Workplace, 22.5% to the Northwest Regional Workforce Investment Board, and 10% to the Eastern Connecticut Workforce Investment Board. That's my understanding of the current law.
Thank you. So it looks to me that under this particular new formula, because we do have a cap in there that they can't lose more than 15%, there will be a loss of revenue for some jobs. Is that correct?
There would, so this, these funds are used for summer employment usually and other training programs. And so, yes, there could be a loss. It's really a real allocation, but one of these organizations might receive less because now it's going to be more aligned with need and the number of people with need in a given region.
Thank you. Do we know how many, I guess, what is the current formula now?
I believe it's simply stated in statute, the percentage that each board receives. Is
Okay,
that
so,
correct?
so there was no income criteria currently, no community criteria in the current law? So now they are shifting that to have a income eligibility,
Correct.
and disadvantaged youth.
So it's not saying that you can only get access to these programs if you have a certain income level. It's saying that we're directing the funds to areas where there's a higher concentration of lower income people.
Right, thus really putting an income requirement on if you're taking money from one group and giving it to another because they're disadvantaged youth, which I certainly understand. We are putting an income requirement because that's what it's defined on the federal level.
Correct.
And we are trying to do that. So I have concerns that currently the work board, the development region, those regions are going to be losing funding. And we're just redistributing it. So I have concerns on that. So I'm going to be a no on this today, but I'll certainly listen to the debate as it moves forward. When it comes to, should it come to, there's a House bill, so should it come to the House floor? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 22, House Bill 6956, an act concerning youth employment and training funds. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Yes.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
Yes.
Representative Gothier,
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open. The next item on our agenda is item number 23, House Bill number 6407, an act requiring employers to display a poster containing information on veterans' benefits and services.
So
And this
moved.
is a JFS to the floor.
So moved.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded. And the S language here, it requires that this poster is made within available appropriations, which I believe is very doable today, given the technologies that are available to agencies and to employers. Any comments or questions? Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to be brief, while the intention of this legislation is good to inform people of their benefits, I'm just very much opposed to requiring additional mandates onto our employers who are already enduring so much in the state right now. So unfortunately, I'll be on no to flag this today.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 23, House Bill 6407, an act requiring employers to display a poster containing information on veterans' benefits and services. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 5957. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Weir,
Nope.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino,
No.
Representative Gothier. Yes. Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Representative Shake votes yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the last item on our agenda for today is item number 24, Senate Bill number 1220, an act concerning health benefits for state marshals. And this is a JF to the floor.
So moved. Seconded.
It's been moved and seconded. This would allow certain state marshals to participate in the state employee health insurance plan under the same terms and conditions and paying the same amount as active state employees under the State Employee Bargaining Agent Coalition Agreement, the CBAC agreement. To be eligible, a marshal must work as a state marshal at least 20 hours per week on average, be actively engaged in serving a process under a fee waiver for indigent parties in civil or criminal matters, B, protection orders for victims of domestic violence, sexual abuse, sexual assault, or stalking, or C, capias minimus orders, which is defined as civil arrest warrants issued by a family support magistrate. Three, they would have to certify these facts quarterly. And four, importantly, they may not have access to actuarially equivalent health insurance coverage through their spouse or through CMERS. I know I was getting late now. It's hard to read. So right now, our state marshals are working a lot of hours. They're allowed to participate in the state employee insurance plan, health insurance plan, but they must pay the full cost of this coverage. And so what we're saying here is for state marshals who work an average of 20 hours or more, they would be seen in terms of the cost would be reduced to what it would be for if it's 20 hours a week for a part-time 20-hour-a-week state employee, or if they're full-time to the equivalent of what a full-time person would pay. So any questions or comments? We did have compelling testimony on this. Seeing no hands, then I will ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 24, Senate Bill 1220, an act concerning health benefits for state marshals. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson. Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you all. And that brings us to the end of the items that we are taking up today. Although on our agenda, it looks like the announcement of the next time and date of a meeting is an announcement. I think that's kind of weird because that's how we've been instructed to do it now. But the public hearing will be, the next date of our meeting will be a public hearing on March 11th in hearing room 1B at 10 a.m. And the committee meeting will be held on March 13th in hearing room 2B, this room, at 10 a.m. as well. And if there are no further comments by my chair or rankings, I would then would announce that we'll go into recess. And we do need to announce the time of the closing of the votes. It's now 5:15. I know that there are members of our committee that are in other meetings right now. So I would like to give them, and in some cases they're chairing or they're ranking, and that's really hard to pull away at times. So I'd like to give them a little more time than typically. Usually we do an hour, but I think we ought to give them a little more time. I know for me to vote in children's today took longer than 15 minutes while we were on a break. And sometimes you can't walk out of a discussion. So I know the only one really impact on this is our clerk, and I appreciate you very much. But I would like to hold them open until 7 p.m. With that, we will recess until all the votes are until 7 p.m. And the votes will be held open until 7 p.m.
Yeah, I think that Oh.
Hello, Representative Hall.
Hey Cameron, how's it going? I thought we were done earlier. That was my fault.
One moment, I don't have audio coming through.
Hello? Hello, you can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Hey, that was my fault earlier. I thought we were done for the day, but here we are.
No, it's no problem at all. So I've got, do you have the agenda in front of you or?
I do.
Okay, so agenda item 8, Senate Bill 8J up to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 9, House Bill 6904J up to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 10, House Bill 6907J up to the floor.
Hold on just a second. Yes.
Agenda item 11, Senate Bill 1254J up to the floor.
Any follow-up or should I just?
Yes.
Agenda item 12, Senate Bill 1221J up to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 13, House Bill 6844J up to the floor.
Yes.
Yes, I.
Agenda item 14, Senate Bill 1219J up to the floor.
You said 1219?
1219.
Yes.
Agenda item 15, Senate Bill 1222J up to the floor.
Yes.
Item 16, Senate Bill 1037 JFS to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 17, House Bill 7046 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 18, Senate Bill 1426 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 19, House Bill 6845 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 20, House Bill 7045 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 21, Senate Bill 1312 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 22, House Bill 6956 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Agenda item 23, House Bill 6407 JFS to the floor.
Yes.
And agenda item 24, Senate Bill 1220 JF to the floor.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Take care.
You as well.